mlifanya nini, because these people, they don't know anything. Like, okay, they're not very tech privy savvy. So that's an area we can look into. Finally, I was talking about tribalism. Guys, tribalism is the greatest cancer in this war. Like, it is the weakest link kwa hii war, by the way. That is why when we were seeking for good governance, these people, they brought to us tribal kingpins, because they also understand that. And they understand that we are so deeply embedded into tribal alliances that even reasoning cannot get us from that hole. So how do we deal with it? First, I suggested propaganda. But secondly, civic education. Civic education is very important. Tuambie watu wetu that things are like, we just lay it bare. And for me, I think still propaganda ndio ita work, even in that to dismantle tribalism, we need to go dirty. We need to go dirty by making them understand. If common Kenyan, whatever he understands is tribal language, tell them, knock them down in that tribal alliance. Waambie unajua nini, these people ni wakalendo, bado wameshikilia history. History yenye ati tumepewa minister of I don't know what. These are just give them that kind of thing, because that is the only language that people like that one that I was saying that sisi Wajaluo tuko kwa serikali. And then, instead of some people just ignoring that fool, ninaona sasa somebody has picked it up and is now generalizing the whole community. Don't feed into trash. Don't feed into trash. Think that, like, we cannot respond to everybody. You know, you can't respond to everybody, because we know what we are doing. We have come out as a people who have gone to school. We understand ourselves. So there are things you just let pass, you know. You don't generalize the whole community. Wajaluo wamesema, that was one person. Hata ajielewi. I can assure you, hata mbadi mwenye hata ajui. So don't respond to certain things. Usipeane voice kwa vitu zenye hazi make sense. And if we are going to win this war, I'm sorry to say, the kind of person that we have at the helm of our country, all normal and moderate and obedient ways, will not work. We will have to go dirty at some point. And because we cannot go dirty, because they have the guns and all that, we can only go dirty on propaganda. We cannot say that, oh, now we are going to fight these people because they have guns and we don't have, you know. But we can still go dirty. Yeah, we can still go dirty when we say, okay, now tutachapa ora for ora. It will work, because the biggest population of Kenyans, still, they have not done the work on themselves. They are very shallow. The people that I'm seeing now, mtu anasimama anasema sisi Wajaluo tuko ndani, people have not done work on themselves. People are still very shallow. And easy ora for ora will work. Me, I can assure you. Me, naonanga mamangu saa zingine ananitumia something that I understand this one is edited, but ameichukua kabisa, ameichukua mpaka kwa roho, you know. Unaona Ruto leo alipigiwa kelele cost, and for me, because I understand like these are edited things, you know. But imagine if my mom has taken that, oh my God, ground kumbe sio hivyo, ground ni chafu, and she's spreading the propaganda around, you know. People in our country have refused to do the work, and because they have refused to do the work, politicians are capitalizing on that, and us who want to change the country should also capitalize on that. And that's where the dirt comes in, because we will not fight Ruto with guns. We will fight him in the other way. Propaganda war, Ruto hafai kutushinda, by the way. Hafai kutushinda. And if he was a normal person, if he was a normal leader, we could have just said, oh, let's go and talk to this guy. After all, me personally, I don't want Kenya to fail. And I don't think there is anybody who wants Kenya to fail. But Ruto is not a normal person. That one is a psycho. hauwezi and get abducted anytime. That is the person that we are dealing with. So, like, as we keep on suggesting strategies, let us keep in mind that the struggle here is not lack of strategies. The struggle is the personality of the man we are dealing with. He's a psycho. He's a narcissist, you know? And when you're dealing with somebody like that, normal ways don't work. You have to be a little bit crazy. That is the only way. And also, just to remind you that we thought it was going to be a medium run, but as it seems, it's going to be a very long marathon, and we have to be prepared. Msichoke. What was sichoke? What was sichoke? Huh? I don't know. I'm not very privy to nini, but tuweke tu ile slow mode, but with tuende deeper. When we are analyzing the strategies, we first need to understand who are we dealing with, you know? So hizi stories are hizi normal ways za sijui chukueni kura, chukua kura na Ruto hata kwanza, by the way, saizi haja constitute IBC. I'm going to deal with 1, 2, 3, you know? That is the reason why this man has not constituted IBC. Hakuna nyingine. This is a thug we are dealing with, a person who should have never been even a chief. I really regret that day. I think that was the darkest day that Kenya has ever had. The day we had that man in the helm of our country. Na mpaka saizi, by the way, I've not forgiven fully the people who installed this man there. I feel so bad because there were all evidences. All evidences were there. Hakukukuwa na mtu mwenye hakuwa anajua that we are messing up. It is very sad. But we have to, because now we are here, we cannot continue blaming each other any longer, you know, because even this other old man, well, if they were still there together, I would say that he's some evil that can at least anaweza sikia mtu na anarudi nyuma kidogo, but it's still the same. It's still the same bogus shit, you know. But now that we are here, we cannot continue saying that, oh, it is now time for Luos to punish these other people and then wait for... Let me give another person a chance. Thank you, KOT.
Okay, Chege, can you take over?
I can. Hi guys.
Okay. Go ahead.
Alimaliza?
Yes, alimaliza kitambo.
Oh. Sawa, pole. Niko
Watch a lactose. Lactose can go ahead.
Asante. I'm restarting my phone and actually switching it off so that I've connected on the computer. Lactose, karibu.
Are you there, lactose? Go ahead.
Lactose the intolerant. Labda yuko. Culture, niaji? Nice
Yes,
seeing you.
Nico.
Welcome to this co-hosting.
Yes, thank you so much. Guys, mine is one, and my contribution itakuwa kwanza leo tumeona whatever that has happened. One thing I want to congratulate everyone. We should, number one, think of the achievements that we have done so far. And the next strategy is what? The next strategy for these people, we have seen where our Maandamano is going. We are hardening Ruto every day. We are showing him his mano. So now the most important thing until 2027 is something called civic education. You've seen what Kasmuel was doing. Bunge la wananchi, you go and try to... By the way, in Kenya, if you try to save people, you utaangamia peke yako. And I have this experience with unions. I'm a medical doctor, by the way. And when we had our strike, for example, we all strike tuliagana, tuliinsaitiana, tulitoka. Guess what? Some of the medic went back, walienda wanafanya kazi with the hard conditions, with what we went through. So this thing I've realized in Kenya, you will never have something called unity. If you look at and for example, the revolution that happened in Bangladesh, I don't know if you can hear me, guys.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, if you look at the revolution that happened in Bangladesh, it was more coordinated from neighborhoods. Everyone was involved. People walikuwa nasaidiana, from university students to the elders to everyone. And so, for example, if you look at ours in Kenya, I've realized all politics is local. For example, I'm not going to profile a certain community because of this, but I've realized Raila joining Ruto was the end of Maandamano. Let us swallow a bitter truth that him joining the Maandamano was the end of Maandamano, by the way. And what I've realized is many people have decided to go that way. But what is next for us? I think, my opinion, I don't think if anyone can have the same opinion as me. My opinion is one: civic education and voters card. Let me tell you, if we vote against Ruto, 4 to 5 million people, he cannot steal 5 million votes. If we come out and vote out by 9 a.m., we will vote him out. But venye naona mano zinaenda, if you look at many people who are inciting people, they have never been on the ground other than kina Hanifa na kina Nani. If you look at someone like Nyakundi, he has never been on the ground. Sometimes maybe you see him there and there, Natokea, Amerix. Those people probably look people who are staged, were inciting.
Kiasi. Kindly, let us not talk about people who are not on this
No,
page.
siko
Please, please.
ubaya. I'm just
No. Personally, I've been with
okay.
Nyakundi
Okay,
on the ground.
I'll okay.
Honestly, nishaikuwa na
So
Nyakundi kwa ground. So let us stick on the topic. Let us not talk about
okay.
matters about other
So
people,
what I will
please.
do is this. I've realized this thing, there was a lot of disconnect from many places. There was disunity. People were fighting left, right, center. So there was a lot of distraction. So I think we lost our chance on the 25th. On the 25th was the day that we would have occupied parliament. No one would have come out, occupy State House and everywhere. But I think it has come to pass. The next thing is voters card. The next thing is voting out these people. Nothing else will work. Civic education, deplatforming them from churches, or if they go to mosques, wherever they will go to, fighting them there on the ground, fighting the counties. The biggest corruption, by the way, that is happening in Kenya is county level. I think for us to clean, this thing has to start from the counties, then coming up all the way. And that needs a lot of civic education. Mostly local politics in Kenya is all about tribal. Yani mtu wetu akiingia hapo hivyo, if you look at Raila ameingia hapo hivyo, many people are happy and many people were supporting this cause. Since Raila joined, they joined him. So you can just imagine what is happening. So I think we are all learning from this. We have won, and I want to congratulate everyone that who came out and fought for his right, and was fighting for good governance. And shame to those who are opposing it.
Makara walicheza, walikuwa very defensive, extremely defensive, that ilikuwa not easy. Najua tumejeke na position ile kitu tunataka kufanya, it's not even within the law. Let's just be honest with ourselves that kutoa preso, it's not a walk in the park. At saa tumesema tuende tumtoe, saa alafu tumtoe. Yani kitu expect a fight back, na tulikuwa so audible na tumetoa plan zetu nini. Hizo plans zilikuwa zinasikika vile tulikuwa tunaingia. So vile walitutackle, waliweka defensive na waliweka indiscriminatory. Hakukuwa na msee alikuwa anaingia tao. Either ulikuwa unaenda hata job tu normally, either ulikuwa unaenda kufungua busy yako, ilikuwa hard wasee kuingia tao. So haikuwa rahisi hivyo. Kwa hata nikiingia ilibidi nitoe passport yangu ndo niingie CBD. Yani it was a real defensive work that police did, na si tuko tumefocus na kwenda, tuko tuna place kama State House. Hiyo iwezi kuwa, it's not a walk in the park. That's a fact. Alafu ukiangalia hiyo story, wasi wengine walikuwa a bit waoga wakiona okay, it's illegal. Unaona pia kuna conscience za wase, mtu anaona hapana, it's not within the law ya kufanya kitu kama hiyo, so inamuingiza njeve akiona manze niende kudedi, I'm not ready to die. Kuna hizo ni vitu ina instill fear kwa wasee, and it's a reality. Kuna msa ako ready, yani yes, kutokezea, and yet kama kunaona kama kwa occupy parliament, it's legal ku occupy parliament because it's something that tumefanya kazi poa. And ukiangalia sahii tunaweza stua gava without Raila, that is something big tumefanya in less than 2 months. Kitu Raila amefanya his whole career. Business yote, hakuna kitu ilikuwa inafanyika kwa I mean kwa the whole county of Nairobi. Na ukiangalia ka county ya Nairobi ifanyi, inamaanisha country, I mean hizo county zingine zinakuwa affected. So tuko tu within track, na kuna other strategies tunaweza weka, kama kwa vile kama hii ilikuwa imekuwa ngumu, tunaweza occupy bado maembassy. Tunaweza decide kama vile Wahindi walifanya wakitoa manitaje British, tunaweza amua kupeleka shit mazee, tupeleke shit Nairobi mzima inuke shit. Yani hii ni pressure mpaka Ruto ashindwe kuget do, ashindwe kumanage gava ndia hadi resign, cause the only thing kama focus ni Ruto must go. Ni lazima tujue it's not gonna be easy, but we can apply pressure. Akikosa pesa, kiparalyze government, then atarun gava gani? Hakuna gava atarun. So hizo tujeke tu moral, bado tuko within the course. Tusijibit tukifikiria ati just because leo tuko achieve ati tuko down. Tuko tu sawa kabisa, tuko sawa kabisa. Hata hizo stories za tribalism, hizo vitu lazima tuta encounter, kwa sababu huwezi underestimate influence ya a person like Raila, for example, unaelewa? So hizo ni vitu zina happen juu ni political, so we are in a political discourse that hizi obstacles lazima tuzi encounter, but all in all tuko poa tu. Mi naona tuko poa. So focus tu, Ruto must go. Tuendelee kuambia wasee ni nini tunataka Ruto, why should Ruto go. Hiyo message lazima ikuwe clear. Tuendelee tukiambia wasee, yani chikini manze do zenyu zinaibiwa, cause in that position. Let's continue and do it until itakuwa organic juu nani angetel juu hiyo 25th ingekuwa that big, because ilikuwa organic. Just let's continue, itakuwa, trust me, itakuwa. Kama tumefika mahali si tunaweza simamisha gava, trust me, itakuwa. Ni hayo tu kwa leo manze.
Osando, go
Asante
ahead.
sana. Who else do we have? Nobody with a hand up. Oh, iko. The real Joe. Mambo.
Poa sana.
Osando, we can't hear you. Hatukusikii.
Culture. Is the real Joe talking?
No, ni Osando alikuwa
Simsikii
anaongea.
Yeah.
Osando.
Okay. I hear you now. 2 minutes. I want to say that today it was a success. Why? Reasons we were able to shut down the business. Nairobi ilikuwa stand still. No business was going on. And that's exactly why I say we won. Now, one of the recommendations that I have is that we need to Sundays needs to be our main day of protesting. Wachana na Tuesdays, Jumaine. Sundays when these guys go to church, they get sanitized, wananunua church elders and church priests and whatever they are, they call. So do I say this? Because because we one of the things why we were not effective today is because we needed like a rehearsal. Like yesterday we needed to come out. Yesterday we needed to come out and tease these guys D plus. See, I despise the DCI because they relieve them here on X. So they are here today listening to what our next plan is. They do not have a clue of what is coming next. But lawyers, constitution is what binds them to us. Now, Ruto does not like the Gen Z movement. Why? Because we are educated, we know what is next, we know what they are planning, we know everything. We are educated. We know we have minerals in Kenya. Why the fact we have minerals in Kenya? We have oil, we have gold, we have titanium, we have all the minerals that make it possible for anybody to run any mobile company business. We did not, most people did not know this until we started this movement less than a month ago. So Raila had to rush in and bargain the power. We have the power. We can do whatever we want. We have the power. We can do whatever we want. We need to start going out on Sundays. Why? Because Sundays is the day where Ruto goes to church and he kneels and he gets blessings and he confuses our parents, gets blessings and he goes back to the streets again and he starts to spread his propaganda. I agree with there is a girl, Sigret, who said, we need how is Ruto going to beat us in propaganda? We need to start spreading out propaganda about him to our parents and our peers in the rural areas. This guy is right. There is no reason why he's building affordable housing locations where people do not.
Okay, boss, umemaliza?
Okay, just 1 minute. I
Wind up.
will. I am winding up right now. We need
Okay.
to start beating him in his own game. Let us know where he's going to be next. Let us get 50 people and they can raise their banners and say Ruto out and reason so why were we doing that, so people can understand like this thing is alive. We won today because the CBD was closed down. There was no business going on. And I think tomorrow we still need to go out, but Sundays we need to switch from Tuesdays and Wednesdays to Sundays. And
Okay, thank
thanks,
you so
thanks,
much.
KOT and Carl. Yeah, thanks for Culture Kenya Media. Thanks, Alan.
Wanjiro, give Yomi. Yes, Wanjiro, go ahead. Wanjiro, are you there? Okay, I can't hear her. Chege, Chege, you there? Chege, yuko JM uko hapo? JM? Hey, JM ayuko. Didi.
JM ni kani listener.
Oh, okay. And Didi, you're there? Okay. Didi ayuko hapo. All right. I guess I can say
Uliza watu
something.
wanywe mkono.
Na naambia
Oh, wanakataa
unlike in the last
Wanjiro,
case.
Wanjiro is here. Wanjiro,
I've been
Wanjiro is
asking
always
for
awake.
Wanjiro. Yuko wapi? Wanjiro uko?
Niko hapa.
Wanjiro won't come here and sleep. He's
Tuambie, but
too many years of
before I say that,
professionalism. Hi, Wanjiro.
Hi.
okay,
Welcome. Speak to us.
Unanisikia?
go ahead Wanjiro. Wacha ni mute. Let me mute myself.
Unanisikia?
Yeah, we hear you.
Kusikia vizuri
As
sana.
you know, this is my favorite night space when I'm working at night.
Don't work too hard.
I have to pay bills. Niko diaspora. When you go to university, see, it's a degree of 4 years. So me, when I went to law school, first year, Dean's Merit List. Second year, Dean's Merit List. Third year, Nikadunda. It's like I never went to school. Eh? Out of 5 subjects, I failed 3. It's like, actually, it's like I was not there. Alafu, you just recover. You do it again, and then you do it from experience. When you finish that degree, when you get it, yani, it is awesome. That is called the war, right? That is how I look at every single battle. So, reject finance bill, that was Dean's Merit List. Number 1, summa cum laude, right? Then you did a series of others. And then you guys went to that, was it Uhuru Park? Another summa cum laude. So you guys have been on such a high. So it's been such a high. So when this happened and it looked like a bit of a deflation, it was not a loss. It was not a failure. It was just that it can't always be a high. And that is called life, right? And I think for me, it is always an opportunity to learn. There was something that needed to be learned here, because as you're going, also your enemy started learning a few things as well. You could no longer catch them by surprise. And that's what happened. So what were my observations today? Unfortunately, I was in court at some point, and then there was not much coverage. So nilikuwa na Wakenya, nilikuwa naangalia kidogo kidogo. One of the things I observed is that you could not assemble. You had no chance to even sit, and I'm looking at strategies of war and battles. Those guys did not give you a chance to even sit together for 5 minutes. They had been given instructions. Vuruga hawa watu. Kabisa. Now, when
We can barely hear you. I think you're muffled.
can you hear, what, am I audible at all?
Yes, you are audible. He's
I
interrupting
can
you
hear.
rudely.
I can hear clearly.
Okay. All right. So can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So what I saw in this art of war that was being played today was the art of kuvurugana. So you were not even able to assemble, so you could not form a group, right? And I could remember during, when I was growing up, I remember more used to use those tactics. It was called, the other thing I noticed today is that you're being delegitimized. Another strategy of war. I could see that the people in the streets, the street vendors were being harassed. Walikuwa wanachapwa viboko. I never saw that before. This was a new one. I'm very observant when it comes to seeing things that are happening around me. They were being beaten so that they can become your enemies. That was very clear about what they were doing. The third thing that I realized today is that there was excessive use of force, And what I was curious about is yesterday, Secretary Z was in State House, and they had a big show about how they are supporting democracy, human rights, rights of assembly. And this time they came to State House. They actually came. They didn't call. Last time they made a phone call, but this time wakachukua ndege wakakuja State House. So I was curious, what was that move about? Yet today was the most ridiculous form of the use of force. I was very curious about what that move was all about. So with those couple of observations, I think it's important, and I'm not advising you. I'm just saying from a strategy perspective. I think it's about time that you regrouped and re-strategized, understanding that your strategy now being formless and having not having a sort of centers of command perhaps has outlived its usefulness for now. Because I'm also assuming that because of all the deaths and the intimidation, parents are not allowing their children to get out of the house. And people are afraid. He has basically managed to sell fear. And people do buy fear. Fact. It's a fact. So how do you do this? One strategy that you can do is to create centers of command, and you can't be doing this online. You can't be doing this on spaces. So it's about meeting as people, as human beings, right? And you need to start now creating trust amongst yourselves. And how was that done during Umkhonto we Sizwe is the liberation struggle movement for South Africa. And when I came here when it was just coming out of apartheid. So you don't need one leader, but you do need centers of command that are working in groups, maybe of 100 people or 50 people with centers of command, and then you need to have one message. How it looks like, I don't know, but you do need to start meeting as people, and then you start creating structures around yourselves. Then you start trying to attack in groups. So maybe one day a group of 100 people who you all know each other, and you can say, I know 50 people whom I trust. KOT knows 50 people. On Sando or Chege, you know 50 people who you trust in groups. And then you say, today we're going to go and fling shit at the British Council, for example. Or you're going to do something crazy. Or you're going to, on Sunday, I heard somebody saying that Sunday is a very good day because there's no security in churches. You basically form groups, and every Sunday you go and create chaos, deplatform those people, because there's no security. You just go, 50 of you, 100 of you, wakianza kupiga kelele, munasimama, you go to the altar, you take the microphone, you make noise, and that happens in all counties, so that it happens, but you guys organize yourselves either in person or you go into Telegram, but you know that you're working with groups of people. So that for me is what I was observing, and I wasn't on the ground, so I don't know what you guys saw. I'm just, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So the other thing that I was thinking about is you guys are smart kids. You're smart. What about cyber terrorism? You're smart. You can get together as people with brains and bring down websites and hack stuff. I don't know. Do something to just frustrate the system and make it difficult for things to operate. I think you guys have the capacity to do that. The other thing, I've realized that obviously Ruto has absolutely no respect for the rule of law or the constitution. We've seen that. The way he's operating, there are so many cases have been said about the use of force, about how to work with protesters, not to use tear gas, not to do this, not to do that. But he's still doing it. So even come 2027, in as much as we know that there is 15 million, the youth vote is very rich. There's about 15 million of you. Even if 80% of you show up, you can just install a government on your own. But this is a person that probably will not even get out of power. We've seen that. So the pressure has to be sustained. And I know that I don't know whether you guys are ready to hear this, but I'm going to say it anyway. There is no point of having pressure without organizing yourselves in some form of movement that is organized, that has some sort of form where you can also start, bringing yourselves up into a political movement of some form or the other. The other thing is, somebody talked about civic education. It is so important, and I heard somebody say earlier on that civic education, politics is local. It's true, it is local. My mom is a baby boomer. She's 78, she's 76, 77. And the only way I could get them to understand what was happening is to go and talk in their language. If you think about selling Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola is a drink. You sell it in America in a certain way. When you come to Kenya, you sell it with a different message. It is still the same Coca-Cola. When you sell Coca-Cola in Nairobi, it's not the same message that you use it to sell in Kiambu. So when I went to my mom and I told her about land rights, I know she's a Mkikuyu, Mogoda. I told her, Mom, if this happens, Mogoda is going to become lease and you start paying rent. And then you will become homeless. Eventually we lose our ancestral home. She was like, Atete. And then I started talking about seeds and traditional seeds. I said, you will no longer be able to plant the seeds. You will not, it is going to be illegal. And she said, Atebeho, that's the language they understand. So she went to her church. And those are the people who were lied into. I never supported Ruto. I was very clear from the very beginning. I was clear that Aleppo just does not change its spot. I was anti-Ruto completely. And they're the ones who had supported Ruto. So she went back to her church and said, this man is a monster. He wants to take our land and they want us to stop planting seeds. That's the message they heard. So when we are doing civic education, take one message and just use the message that they hear. Don't try to tell them about decolonization. Don't try to tell them about, I don't know, World Bank and IMF and I don't know what all different messages packaged for different people. And then it just cascades. And before you know it, even the community that is not understanding what the Gen Z, I call you guys the millennials because it's the Gen Zs and the millennials. Even those who don't understand what they're doing, all of a sudden they'll start saying, let's go, let's go. All of a sudden you will not need to convince them and then you'll start having now a critical mass of movement. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It takes time. There's no revolution that is overnight. And I know it's a generation of instant gratification. You guys don't know how we used to write letters to our boyfriends. And you open it, you write it with a pen, you put perfume in it, alafu unaeka, and then you take a stamp, you lick it, you liquid, you stamp, lick it, alafu unaeka kwa post office, inaenda 1 month, inaenda month ingine, unangoja, inakuja, unafungua, you guys don't know that. You make boyfriends and girlfriends on WhatsApp, alafu you break up on WhatsApp. You don't know how to go na call box, alafu unangojea mtu akupigie simu kwa call box hapo 20th century. That generation, you don't know that. So it's a world of now. So I understand, and I have 2 Gen Zs in my house. I've got 21-year-old girls at University of Cape Town. I get it. In fact, these days they tell me am I cheating on them with young people? Because I sound like, they're like, where did you get that word from? I'm like, I heard it on Spaces. So just be kind to yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. I'm seeing such negativity online, guys. It's a marathon. You've done so much. You've achieved you've spooked a president. You've grounded a president. I've just seen that even the livestock bill has been withdrawn by Ishumwa. Just now on thingy, it's been withdrawn. So you're not seeing the things that you guys, the agitation that you are doing because of just irritation. You're annoying and keep being annoying. But keep doing it in centers of groups, centers of command, and then don't put all your bullshit on TikTok and here. You gotta get ahead of yourselves. Get ahead of the game. Thank you guys for listening to me. I'm still your champion. I'm the silent majority. I'm always listening and I'm cheering for you. Well done, guys. Keep going. Thank you.
That was good. I like that, the idea of 50-50 people. You're laughing.
Go ahead. No, it wasn't me laughing.
No. I like the idea of the small group. It's almost very guerrilla war-like.
Yes.
And then 50 people, you go to the Nyayo house, and then another 50 people, and then you'll all eventually will group together, and you all trust each other. So that works. I like that idea. You really have very, very good ideas. So I like.
And then there are no cops. There is no danger.
Exactly. So your idea of 50 people, that is almost like nyumba kumi, like you get your 50 people, leo tunaenda tu na placards to Nyayo house. Other people might join you. You might, then you text, and then other groups, and then you do like that slowly, you can form an organic movement. Because I don't think Ruto will, if we leave Ruto here, Ruto will rig the next election.
Yes, he will.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He will. And he will stay. And then the next 5 years, he will have nothing to lose. So he'll not be going to beg and telling you guys, I'm doing this. He'll be like, it's my last 5 years. Now I'm literally finishing you people.
Yeah, and then even when you go, please create a nuisance. Create a nuisance that's not a crime, but just be totally annoying. So not just placards.
Yes.
Find out what is it. Mtamwaga mchanga, or will you bring something? You just do something.
Yes. That's a very good idea.
Yeah,
So
be disruptive.
let me go to.
True. Now that we have you and you're a legal mind, in terms of these Subaru boys and the masked guys, what's your advice about dealing with them in a legally acceptable way, but proper activism from the populace? Because we've had discussions, and it's so annoying to see these videos that people are posting saying so and so has been picked, and you're looking around and saying, yani munaacha tu mtu anaenda. What are your thoughts, and how do people ensure that they protect themselves? Things like, of course, recording helps. The lawyers have have evidence, but making sure that, for example, there was people who were saying stone those guys, and I was like, dude, the guy has a gun. You start stoning the person without first raising an alarm and creating a crowd, he's going to shoot you. And you'll die. And even if you're even 5 or 6, if he has 6 bullets, 6 of you are dead. Even if you kill him, he still has killed 6. So what are some of your thoughts and advice on how to do things, to stop these guys in a legal way?
Shere, you're dealing with somebody who has absolutely no respect for the rule of law or the Constitution. That's my answer to you. Because remember, what they're doing is illegal. So you can go and you can go and get a restraining order, but they won't respect it. There's already a court judgment against the use of tear gas and about respecting the right of assembly and peaceful protest. They don't respect it.
And we saw it today. Tear gas
everywhere. And we saw it today. Hata America walikuja jana wakaenda State House. Wakamwambia boss, si ndio tufanye hivi. Even the media, he's muzzled the media. So Shege, there is no answer for you. There is absolutely no. The courts can only, the court process. The court
they are following. So there's no.
In this world, everything happens for a reason. And we will never go back where we are. Whatever we chose them because this is where God wanted us to be here. We needed to wake up. And we needed to now. So guys, this is it. This is it. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Culture. Pick the next speaker.
Sema. Ati?
Pick the next speaker.
The next speaker is Shay. But before Shay goes, nilikuwa nataka kusema nini nimesahau. I just wanted to say really quickly, Sub-Saharan Africa, forget about the Arab countries up there on top of the African map. Kuna kitu, there is something wrong with us Africans, black people, because we're the only ones who sell each other out a lot. That's why there's never been a revolution in Sub-Saharan Africa. Revolution hufanyika uko kwingine kwote. But us, it's like I see people happy that today failed, but this system is not favoring you. Mbadi Odinga kujagi kwa nyumba yako. So you are like, why are you happy? Because the next day you'll be protesting about something you're passionate about and you don't want to be beaten by the police. So there's something wrong. Ndio uonagi sub-Saharan Africa, apart from Senegal, na ndio watu walikuwa were so surprised with Kenya because we seemed to went to parliament. It's like watu wafikiri that would ever happen. And that's why you are seeing so many people ready to sell us out, take money, $500 of. To be honest with you, maybe if I was hungry, ningetake you $500 and say, "Ituni," because I'm starving. But deep down, I'm supporting the movement, bana. But you see, these people really, they are government bloggers, but they really believe in what they are doing. Unaweza fikiri government blogger anaweza kupull aside akwambie, hey, you know what? Me, I wanted to eat this money, but manze, you guys do what you're doing. I'm behind you. But these people actually are mocking us. Nandio, sometimes I say, no wonder us Africans were enslaved. It was so easy because it was so easy to give up on each other. Now, me is history. I got so interested in slave trade that I went to Zanzibar. Nani wa Arabu. It's the Arab people who enslaved Africans. But when you go to Zanzibar, there's something I noticed. Nilingia hizo madungeon, you know, before you are to sisi ni wasaliti sana, sisi wa Afrika. Because we had an opportunity, and that opportunity was taken by big influencers to intimidate people and do whatever that we gave up. That was a big opportunity that came. I mean, because I've started like trying to really understand the psyche, because ukiangalia watu wana support government, they're not that comfortable. Some of them will go and want to get an ID, they can't get an ID. Some of these people, their uncle will be killed by a police officer somewhere. He can't get justice. So why are you happy? You live in a it's not like you're rich. You live in a dictatorship. You're going through the same things we are going through, and you're happy. Anyway, let me stop ranting. I will let who's next? I think he's fallen off. Hakuna mtu mwingine.
Halo, unaweza ongea
I'm here.
kiasi?
Yeah, can I?
Go ahead and unmute. Go ahead.
Do you want me to go for like a minute and you guys can proceed? A quick one. I know it's been a lot of challenges in network here, but great submissions. I'll begin. Mine will be like just 3-4 points that can be made in 2 minutes. One, I think I want to borrow from what one person talked about earlier. I think that was Ivy, before we were dropped in the first space. She did mention something that I wrote down, that I think it has to come to a time where we have to say that, I think Kenya is closed for innovations. That statement really caught me in a very strong way, that we have to get to a point where we are like, guys, everybody, you need to know that we are closed. We are going through some renovations. We'll let you know when we are open. Because right now, everything that is going on in the country is really going in a direction that we definitely have to rethink of which way to go. That really brings me to today's, Maandamano and how the things went. I'll just make just 2 quick highlights that really caught my attention. When the CNN highlighted the way, the police were really just live on camera shooting at. And I'm sure most of you saw that, so that I don't have to repeat it. When Larry Madogo was like really on the phone with Walt Blitzer, who is in Tel Aviv right now covering what's going on in the Middle East, and he was hosting a show, and Larry was like, they're shooting at me, they're aiming at me, they're doing this right direct at me. I could hear that noise, and I could see the guys on the other side of the television a little scared. And at some point, Wolf was like, "Larry, are you okay?" And then it's like he got afraid that this guy is gonna be shot right on camera, and then turned around and said, "Okay, we are glad Larry's okay." And then they did a quick reporting, and I'm sure you see that. I think he did post that. That kind of highlight is probably one of the areas of success that I want to bring about in terms of this movement. It's bringing this into the international community in a way that it's being highlighted, but also to the extent that even the you saw that one of the secretaries, they call them under secretary. I have no idea what that means. Did mention that and issue a statement when she went to the State House, and that was prior to the Nanenane, telling them that about human rights violations, do not use excessive force and stuff like that. That kind of a highlight, it is pressure by itself. Reason is, and I think I've spoken about this probably throughout the day, reason is Ruto has touted himself as one person that is internationally respected, number one. And number two, he has taken pride that he's the one who has put Kenya on the global map. He has actually used those exact phrases when he did the interview with the journalist, after the June 25th. And you could see what kind of pride he's taking, that he's an international figure, somebody who has brought Kenya into the international field. So he feels like he needs to is a person who is more interested in the global image. And that is one of the pressure points that I want to introduce in terms of strategy. And I was trying to read exactly how can we capitalize on that, utilize it to the advantage of the movement. And I did read a little bit about how can we present a petition to some of the embassies that we have in Kenya, or even you can do it overseas, but I think literally going to the embassies in Kenya, whether it's a US embassy in Kenya, and request formally to make a formal petition or presentation. And I think there's a procedure that they've outlined on how you need to do that. What that means is that it puts pressure on him, because I know many other things that I wanted to highlight. People have talked about them. I don't want to repeat that, but I want to dwell on that issue of putting pressure from the international perspective. That is going to bring to the realization that his nakedness has been exposed. Because the moment the king knows that he's naked, whether it's through the prophets or through the people, because there are only two ways that the king has to be told that he's naked. Either the prophet tells them or the people tell them, and the voice of the people is the voice of God. So if the people say that, wait a minute, now here is your exposure, you are not as covered as you think, and then the pressure starts coming from outside of us. They will see the true soldiers, our brothers and sisters who have died by being shot at. They will see real bodies. They will see real situations. We will have real stories about real people who are buried, real brothers and sisters, not imaginary. That needs to be really be put very clear, because keep telling him to investigate and address the issue of the perpetrators of this whole, movement, those people who have really been shooting at our brothers and sisters, he's not listening. We already know that. He has to hear a voice from outside. So the international community has to be brought into this movement and into this conversation. The second point to that, I think we have to get to a point where, at a point, we have to ask whether it's Meg Whitman or whatever. I mean, she's probably one of the biggest supporters of Ruto, and we have to get to a point of asking the Eurobond, the money you are giving us from IMF, where is that money going? Can't you, by any chance, hold somebody accountable? Because we are getting all these, loans and everything that we are being committed to, but friends, at some point, the IMF and the World Bank has to hold these people into the usage of what we are committing the country to. Otherwise, it will get to a point whereby we will say that we are not paying. We don't know where you took the money. And then we have to highlight the aspects of corruption where the money is being given and taken as loans on behalf of the Kenyan people, and that money is being squandered and being taken by individuals to be used. Those are some of our grievances, and we just want it to be highlighted. What he does with that information, we will see. But we are trying to look at where the pressure is. The third point, and probably the last one that I want to highlight, because I probably had a few others which have already been addressed, like the boycotting, their products, and that I don't labor that point. And then, of course, I'd also had the issue of trying to think of like how KOT and every other friends you can come to have like a mega rally. I'm talking about online, like what we are doing as in an X space. Mobilize some of your close friends who are having this and say, let's take one day to have 1 million people in this X space. Let's have 1 million people in the X space. Ruto is very afraid if something is trending about him and something is online, and they are not going to shoot at you when you are online. So we have to use multifaceted approaches to put pressure on this guy. Yes, we have good ideas of going to the street, and they have tried to master the art and trying to move in that direction. But we have to get to a point whereby we also highlight these things in a very organized way, in a very structured way, but also in a way of putting pressure and putting it on the map that we are not doing well as a nation. And here are 1 million people online talking about what is wrong with the country. It will get to his nerves really bad, because he's one of those people who actually thinks that he's the only one who is digital and all of us are analog. Let me tell you the third pressure point that I think we need to employ. Ruto knows who sanitizes him. It's the religious community, the churches. We need to really take this aspect of putting pressure on the religious groups and the pastors and everybody very serious, to the extent that we have to give an ultimatums to some of our pastors that we have to choose politicians or choose us. So it has to come to be like, it's either we worship through the same altar, in the same altar where we kneel, or you bring the politicians to do it. So we have to make a choice, because if they are not going to be part of this revolution, which I'm a firm believer that revolutions begin from the, most of the revolutions have actually begun from the pulpit. If they're not going to be part of this revolution and this movement, then it has to get to a point of either taking that brown envelope, or I don't think you're going to go to hell by not going to that church or not going to give tithe and offering in that church. I'm sorry, I have to tell you that. Because it has to come to a time that we have to live for something. We have to do something. It cannot be business as usual. So we have to know, where does Ruto run to when the pressure is too much? He goes to call a few pastors, he calls them, they do a prayer, and then what does he do? Every Sunday or whatever it is, kneels down, raises his hand, sheds a few tears, and you know what happens? Oh, we forgive him, he's the man of God. Because the wife is a very prayerful person. And then we get to a point of saying, oh, they regard his wife as a pastor. Now, we get so entangled and confused about all these things, but we miss the mark about the corruption and the real atrocities that are being meted on our people. I'll land by saying this. We have to start thinking of other strategies that are going to be included in the protest and everything, and they can be in all rounded. They do not have to be, the other one doesn't have to be stopped for this one to continue. But the ones of the international community, I'm telling you, I have seen that in the last few weeks or so, even coming to the Nanenane, the international community was very concerned about what they have been doing to our people. And now that pressure needs to be completely applied even more, so that we can show how they were beating people who were actually watu wako kwa duka yao wanauza, and then these guys come with rungu and they're beating them up to tell them to close. What the, like, why? And then we are talking about having a country. So Keoti Chege culture, Kenya, let me say this. We have to have practical steps that we are going to take moving forward that are going to help us to really achieve what we are going, we really set up to achieve. So God bless you. Thank you so much. It's a very lovely conversation, and I know soon and very soon we are going to achieve what we set our eyes to achieve. God bless. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that contribution. And who's next? Anybody else? Mtu yote anataka kuongea?
Culture
I
naweza
think
ongea dakika mbili.
culture.
Sawa sawa, hataongea dakika tatu.
Haya, sawa.
Culture, can you hear me?
Real Joe, acha nibonge
Hataongea
kiasi
dakika
alafu
nne.
utakam.
Before ongee acha
Hataongea dakika nne, nitakupatia basi.
maybe I think culture you need to do this. I don't know whether you're seeing, but the hands that have been up
Endelea.
hapa, nimeona David alikuwa up, niliona Grace, hata sahii nikawa amedrop, nimeona
Did she
Kimere.
disappear? What happened to her?
Yeah,
Are you there?
Not care about how Kenyans think or feel about him because he has you all under control, as we are very vocal tukikuwa online. Mbaka mumuhit where it hurts, and I think I've suggested it before. Hii story ya kwenda kwa embassies, we're not going to go there to ask them for help, but we want the world to put pressure on him too. Because guess what? Uki become their problem, all of a sudden they need to solve the problem. Mkienda hizo embassies, let them come, venye wana behave wakitia gas, let them come and tear gas. Especially the best one, I would suggest, ni the Russian embassy. Let them come and tear gas you there. Because they already you are. Let him be seen as the monster he is. Let him be seen by other nations that he does not respect democracy. That is where you will truly find change. Hit him where it hurts. It needs to be non-stop, because anytime you take a break, he regroups, he comes even harder. And then kwenye anakea about, anataka kuonesha the world he has everything under control. Show the world ana anything under control. Ata today, let me tell you, that thing about CNN with Larry, trust, I have had friends, people who don't even care, call me to see, did you see what's happening in your country? Let me tell you, that is where the pressure is going to come, when the rest of the world is truly sitting there and watching. When you're getting handled, when muki, let's say, even like, let journalists, there was also another image, I don't know which journalist it was, where she was on her knees, that has spoken so much volume, you guys don't even understand. And this is what is not being shown by Kenyan media. And then uko kwa hizo embassies, trust and believe, let them behave like animals the way wanna behave. Secondly, if kama mtenda CBD, there's no point of going if you're not going to fight back. Because you've seen the way they're handling you when you show up at CBD. At this point, it's no longer democracy. It's no longer business as usual. Let us hit them where it hurts. Those police, they want to come and fight for him. You know what? We have no respect. When somebody is putting you on your knees and killing your brothers, your sisters, and we're supposed to still respect you because we respect the rule of law, what law is there? Law yenye wanaweza hata piga, like even lawyers? I don't know if you guys saw the, I think it's Wanjiro Stevens. Wamemchapa, wamemwarrest. So I can only truly imagine what's happening on the ground. You're coming back 10 times or 30 times stronger because he's coming back stronger. You're coming back 10 times or 30 times stronger because he's coming back stronger. No, note, the CS wamekuwa sworn in. I don't know if you guys are aware, Kindiki really wanted to change even the rules of how people are supposed to gather to protest. I lived during Moi era. This is why I'm not in the country. Trust me, you could not meet more than 5 people because the walls had ears and they were coming to find you. And that is where we are going back. And that's where he learned play by play of how to deal with Kenyans. Kenyans can be sold fear. Because even people who wanted to come out, by the time they saw the roadblocks and they would have had to walk into town, what did they do? They turned around. And Kenya has been ruled by so much fear. There's so much fear with everybody else. Go to those embassies. Let them see you being beat up. Ask for asylum. You become their problem. The moment you, because even them, even Sisi Tukoku, they don't want us here unless we're doing something to help their country. So go there as their problem. Because if you get an asylum anywhere, they have to make sure they educate you. They have to make sure they put you in the workforce so you can start paying taxes like everybody else. So they don't want you as a problem. Make them know what is happening. Watch our waone. And I will pass on to the next person.
Joy, I will yield the mic to you. Karibu Joy.
Hey. Culture anaweza bonga before akuje, the one who's supposed to come.
Karibu.
So
Ongea.
chenye ningetaka kusema manzi, chenye Wanjiru alisema, it really makes sense about like we have to like strategize tuanze kujipanga in small community. Unaona kama ile guerrilla warfare hii tuko war na hiyo ndio kila kitu wasi wanafaa as in I don't know how long it will take for people to like wake up and realize and be woke. Hapa ni vita. Ruto hata achia vitu ziende tu hivyo hivyo, hakuna vile tutatua president hivyo hivyo ati sijui ati tunakuja tuko peace na firimbi. Tumefanya ile impact tulikuwa na need kufanya kama as in sisi wote pamoja, but so it's right now we have to realize we are on another level. Now they are doing everything to fight back. Mpaka you've all seen how they are fighting like journalists and everything. What makes us think that we will come again alafu tu watatuachia tu hivyo ati we take over? It's now war, and that's something that needs to click on everybody's mind. And it's like somehow right now I feel like we are still talking the same way we were talking before this day. This was the big day. Was the day that we were supposed to change everything. Haijawaka haiku go through, na mbona tunaongea ni kama bado ni hii siku ijafika. Unajua, so like let's come back to reality. Let's wake up. We have to come back and natukuje na plan mpya. Plan has to change. Na nimependa venye Wanjiru amesema like let's start working in small groups. Kila mtu anajua hapa hivi, kwa hata hapa watu wengine wamejoin hizi space. Kama mimi nimejoin hii space kwa sababu ya hii story. Siku kuanga kwa Twitter, nimejoin hii story. So kuna venye ninaweza jua huyu msee na huyu msee huko umekuanga uko na community una follow. Kuna venye unajua wase wenye wako for it na watu wako real. Tuanze ku make small communities, tuanze ku communicate, tujipange juu hapa at the end of the day hawa wase The police and these people are still here. They're listening to us. They're listening to every plan. If you guys have not noticed, pia leo kulikuwa na so many female police walikuwa kwa ground, na ni kwa sababu last time pia tukiongea kwa hizi vitu watu wanasema madem pia wajitokeze, madem wanaweza kwa frontline. These guys are taking the same shit you are talking about and using them on their side. Kila kitu tunaongea wanasikiza, ndio wanatumia against us. So it will be so stupid that we are still making plans here na wanatusikiza na wako hapa katikati yetu. We have to strategize. Lazima we start making groups kidogo kidogo, juu tukumbuke hii ni war. Hii ni kama time ya maumau, na tukue back to reality. Tuache kujifanya fanya hapa, not going to the main point. Main point tuko war. Main point tutauliwa. Main point tutahantiwa. Every individual separate. Let's get back to reality. Leo mume wanafanya wanapiga wase mpaka watu wa media ma huko. Yani they don't have chills because wako na mask zinawaficha uso. Alafu wana treat watu wenye wana fight nchi yetu ni kama like bullshit, like ni kama masafaras. And then we are sitting here and talking big. We have to think deep. Let's tuache kudo the talk only. Tuache hiyo manzi. Let's like strategize. We are the modern freedom fighters. Tuko lucky tuko na hii social media. Acha tuache kukua shallow. We have to get deep. We have to know mtu anajua. Kama unakwanga tu hapa kwa hizi group unajua mtu mgani unaweza follow, tujue ni gani na nani na nini na nini na nini. Na kuna pia ma channels zenye tunaweza si space kuna nini channels zingine tunaweza kwa tunaongea na hakuna mtu atatrakiwa na tutakuwa tunajuana na venye tunajuana, lakini we cannot continue also being so deep na giving all information hapa, na mafala wote wanatusikiza au polisi wanachukua everything tunasema against us. Na we have to be, unaona, acha niwaambie kwanza yenye tumepewa blueprint. Unaona movie ya Wakanda, it's a blueprint. Kuna wase wako kwa tech, kuna wase wako kwa lab, kuna wase wako kwa ground mafighter, kuna ma warriors. Wakanda ni East Africa. So lazima tuanze kujieka hivyo kila pahali. Sisi wote ni mafighter. Ikifika ni kufight una fight. Ikifika ni penye huko penye unaweza, kama uyuko Kenya penye unaweza kwa internet ama anywhere, we ni fighter hapo. Kama uko Kenya kwa ground penye unaweza ama wherever you are, we ni fighter hapo. Tuna fight for Kenya. Na sisi tuliweka huyu fala kwa ground na sisi ndio tunamtoa, na Kenya ni home. So let's not just talk hapa. Hata kama uko kwa ground na unajua unaweza fanya kitu, let's do it manzi. So let's strategize. Na hao mafala tuko mbele yao, wanachukua system zetu kutunini. Thank you.
Culture, can I speak?
And I'm done, Poleni. Thank you.
I was just clapping for you.
No, Culture wanted to tell us that he has an iPhone. That's it. We know you.
No, I swear,
I'm just kidding,
I
by the way.
swear,
I'm
me
just
is vitu na
joking.
learn. I'm like, I'm just trying these things out. I'm like, Connie, I can clap. Okay. So no, I'm not trying to
Mnanisikia?
show off or anything. Tunakusikia vizuri sana, mami.
Hello,
I think you said the
mnanisikia?
real joke to go, and then I can see so many hands up. And Culture, at some point, if you like have some actionable points,
Hello.
for example, when Jiro is here, a lawyer of with knowledge of Kenya and internationally, she can draft for us a petition that we are going to present. We organize a few people and sponsor them to go, and of course we follow the formal channels of going which embassy we're going to present. And we have like even if it's 200 people, we make a presentation of that formal petition following the right channels, and we make a strong point without being tear gassed. I'm just saying. I mean, like really action points. That's what I'm saying.
Can I speak? Hello?
Yes, you can
Can I
speak. Go
speak?
ahead.
I'm happy to do that.
Who is
I can
requesting?
draft one here. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
I'm happy to draft a petition Okay, I'm happy, and I like who was the one who actually introduced the idea of these. It was it? He's in good
Some little
governance.
boy,
I
some little
followed
boy
him.
from Kayole by the name JM from Kayole.
JM. I followed you. I followed you. Stand for good governance. I followed you. Please inbox me your number. I like your idea. I'm going to draft a petition, and please just inbox me your telephone number, and I will get in touch with you tomorrow. I love that idea very much. Number one. What the other thing I wanted to also say is that we need to have action points before I go to sleep, because it's approaching 3 and I need to be in an arbitration tomorrow morning. I would like to challenge KOT, Shege, the guys in this platform. You made also another point of having mega impact. I need you guys to get together, all the influencers, all of you on space, kwa sababu mnajuana. We need to have one big mega group, and we need to have planned a strategy, a 5-point strategy. Number one, we discussed deplatforming them in church. That is where he sanitized. And I like JM for echoing that, because I also say church is his number one place where he goes. He desecrated our churches. And that is where he also ascended to power. Tumshukishe kutoka kanisa. Every Sunday, across the churches, we deplatform politicians. And it must be gorilla. 50 youth every single Sunday wanaenda kanisa wanavuruga. The same way after we did the first nini ile inaitwaje finance bill must fall. That man was going to church undercover, alikuwa anaenda kwa church za mabati. He was hiding for a long time, and nobody was going to church. We must sustain that pressure. So that is the first point. The second pressure point, I love that international community. We will draft those, and then we are going to even have a design for placards with the dead people, gruesome names, everything. The third structure is the group of 50. So the group of 50, and we make sure that it's organic across the country. So we make sure that we create this big space with all the influencers, and we share this strategy with everybody so that everybody can activate it. And then for that big space, JM, you were talking about, I was thinking, if we can reach out to Larry. Larry already has a lot of influence, a big space. We reach out to all the people with a big number of influencers. We bring in all the journalists they know. And then after that, we create a massive space, and they invite everybody. And in that space, we actually discuss the state of Kenya. Because if it's championed like somebody like Larry and many other journalists, they're able to basically bring in, it's like networking. They bring in all the other journalists to invite all the other journalists. And we have this space that can even hold as many as 5 million people. So what am I saying in short? Step one, KOT, Shege, Kituri, all you guys who are here, Akina Ayo, get hold of all the influencers on space. Let us create one space. We share the 5-point strategy. 1, the platform. 2, pressure points. 3, working in groups of terrorism. When I say terrorism, those annoying groups across the country. Then we also share with them the plan of creating one big super space that JM suggested for everybody in the media. Then we are putting pressure everywhere. That was what I was suggesting, so that we can at least leave this space as what her name was saying. We live with a plan, a to-do plan. Sio tutoke hapa ati tumecomplain, tumepigwa sijui nini. There is a plan, there is a strategy when we're leaving this space. Thank you very much. I yield, and I will draft the petition.
Okay. Yes, I like the group of 50 plan. That's something that we can do. And yeah, and KOT and all these big influencers. Yeah, we need that big group. We all get together. Something I've noticed. Na sitaki cause drama. Like in anytime Amerix does a group, Miguna is also like there's that. The Miguna's group is also on when Amerix is doing, and I'm always like, what's going on? Like every time. So we need to have an objective and all meet together, and then the group of 50 is something that worked very effectively with I remember when the American war with Afghanistan, and Afghanistan doesn't have a big army, and they were just doing a guerrilla war, and they really wore down the US Army. And we need to do your 50 people, them, and you go demonstrate somewhere, and 50 people. I think that's a genius move. Sometimes it looks very basic, but it's a very I think a smart move. And KD, I'll let KD speak.
JM, just sorry, can I speak? And then
KD, you
can I
there?
speak? Because my phone is almost going off.
Hello,
Culture, can I speak? My phone is almost dying.
KD is maybe asleep or something.
Culture, can you hear me?
Kimere, you there? Hello.
I think there's the real Joe is trying to get your attention. I don't think you can hear him. The real Joe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's been trying to ask if he can speak before his phone dies. I think his hand has been off forever. Yeah.
Okay, and Lele.
Okay.
Hello, you there?
Yes, I'm here. If you can hear me, maybe you can just give me 100 so I know if you guys can hear me.
I can't hear them. Can you hear them?
Yeah, I think you're the one who can't hear him. Maybe, unless you drop him and bring him back because you are the co-host, but we can hear him. You're the one who can't hear him.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's okay.
Okay, so
it's probably like
so basically, maybe what I wanted to say is, unfortunately, my phone is almost going off, but things that I think that we've discussed so much in this space, and this is something I had talked about before. I'm glad some of you have also echoed. I had actually the reason I took the mic is because Cigarette talked about this. Cigarette, not cigarette. Cigarette talked about this. Number one, and this is something that I have blamed it so much on not really to put a blame, but I've in previous spaces I've demanded that.
Okay, is he speaking? Because I've muted the mic. Anaongea?
Yeah, he is. Oh gosh, sorry.
Yes,
Culture, I think you can't hear him. Anaongea, everybody's.
Anaongea, okay, so it's me. Okay, sawa, wacha ni mute.
Okay, thanks. Nitakwambia akimaliza.
So basically, in previous spaces, I actually demanded some responsibility from the guys who have been hosting the spaces. Why am I saying I demanded responsibility? Because people have been raising various fundamental issues. If you trace back, if you could play back maybe recordings from previous spaces, there are fundamental issues that have been raised by people from the spaces that I felt were not taken seriously. Number one, in a space last week, I talked about logistics, and I asked, what if we are cut off from accessing maybe CBD or accessing status or wherever we want to go and picket? What is our plan B? We talked about that and discussed how we can try and find a plan B. But that was not, we have been doing some groundwork. Some people, we have been talking here on space, but maybe I came to realize last week that people are not taking responsibility. And therefore, me personally, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not in any politics. Actually, me, I'm in tech. I run a startup and I am based in Westlands. I come from Westlands. Like, I think yesterday we were, not yesterday, because already from our Kenyan time, we are on Friday. On Wednesday, this Wednesday now, our final baraza, because we always have the barazas in Kamkunji. Our final baraza on Wednesday evening. We had a very good baraza on Wednesday, by the way. And I'm happy that we must be persuaded. I'm happy they were on the ground today. They were on the ground yesterday picketing. This is very important. And this is something that we've run away from, the community that is always in the spaces. The community that is always in the spaces have never taken it upon themselves. It is only Casmuel, even the other Wednesday imepita, niliona Casmuel and the other guy from law school who was abducted. But I feel like, and Wanjira has even talked about this, when we have that personal touch and start taking this citizen baraza seriously, that is one thing that we really need to employ. Because from this citizen baraza, people interact on personal levels. And by the way, this baraza kama hiyo ya Jivanji, if you follow up vizuri, utapata kuna petitions zingine tuliraisingi and they have been taken seriously mpaka zimeenda East African Court of Justice. Do you know that there's a case against Kenya on East African Court of Justice raised by this from Jivanji, ikachukuliwa, ikakuwa picked, ikapelekwa mpaka East African Court of Justice because of the maandamano yenye tulikuwa nao last year. Unajua sisi tuliandamana last year because sisi tulikuwa tulikuwa tunafuata baba. Tuliandamana last year, people were killed. Those people were killed. There is a petition because this petition was tried to jaribu kusukuma hapa Kenya, it was not pushed well. From Jivanji ilipelekwa mpaka the East African Court of Justice. And you know, now there's an active case against Kenya. That is very serious. That I would prefer. I'll get a copy of that and try and share with a few people who maybe you might be interested. But what am I trying to arrive at? I'm trying to arrive at more than one strategy. We need to deploy more than one strategy. If we are on X spaces, we are on X spaces. We also have other strategies. Are we also notable in other places? Are we always having a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C? Because today, what happened to us, we were cut off, not today, but yesterday, we were cut off on logistics. And only those people, at some point, only people who had private vehicles could maybe maneuver and somehow maybe try to ferry. But how many people can you ferry on a private vehicle? You cannot ferry so many people. So you were cut off on logistics, even though there were so many people who wanted to participate. And therefore, we need to be strategizing more on this. And the war that we need to also deploy right now is propaganda, as Sigrid had mentioned. But we need to do it much better. You guys remember the election of 2017. If you guys can recall, there was a company called Cambridge Analytica. Cambridge Analytica really played a huge role in ensuring that, and you can remember, they themselves said that they made the name of Raila dirty and pointed him in a certain way. That's the information war we need to fight right now. We need to there's new technology.
Oh, I think check it. Do we lose the real Joe? Did
I was
I
lost.
did?
I also went off. I don't know how that worked. Na ikarudi tena baadaye. So I think
So sorry about that. Maybe it's the network issues. But Chege, allow me to say something. I was thinking that the 3 points as maybe David comes in. I was looking at like we have like maybe a solid action point call about the petition to the the embassies and the international community, and which Wanjiro can take the lead on that. We have the issue of the the 5 million Mega X rally, which KOT, Chege, and Culture can take the lead on that. And then we have the issue of the organizing in groups of 50s, which I think Culture Kenya Media took very keen interest in that, can take the lead. At least we start the pressure on the churches. I can take the lead on that. I've been a pastor for at least 30 years, so I can tell you, I know where that hurts most. I was thinking that we, like, at the end of the day today, Shege, before you leave, at least assign some roles to somebody. The next time we are meeting on the same a platform, we are talking about practical things. Where are we with this? We are moving forward. The thing that I will throw back to you, especially Chege and Culture Kenya Media, is what the real Joe and Secret had talked about, the issue of using propaganda. My spirit is troubling me at this point about employing propaganda. We have enough facts. We have enough information, enough facts that can drive the movement without working on propaganda. We can work on propaganda at some point if we are trying to gain something, we are trying to win a seat, we are trying to do this. Right now, I think we are looking for like some factual, good governance, things that are clear. Why can't we shelve the idea? And I know propaganda can be a tool for campaigns. We're not campaigning. So I'm really afraid that propaganda will backfire on us. And I think I would rather we probably don't use it at this point. That's my opinion. This is purely an opinion, nothing to do with, like a guideline. But I'm thinking that propaganda can be shelved at this point. Let's just go with what are the facts? Who is been accused of being corrupt? What is this? Like things that you can buy and you have gathered information. I think we are going to have more integrity and without fear moving forward. That's my thought.
As you
Let me just
Wanjiro's hand
interject.
shot up.
I don't even think it's
So, Pastor.
And then David also his hand has been up for a while.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking we need to
no.
release
Let me
Wanjiro so that we can say
about the
her piece, and
propaganda.
then
Like,
we go to David,
just 1 minute.
and then because I think Wanjiro is just final comments and going.
Yes, just for me,
Okay, 1 minute about the propaganda.
just one final comment for me. JM, you have you have given a very good summary of what I was saying. The only thing you missed out, was the one person who is going to put together the on the table. That's the only thing that you missed out on.
I will accuse you that you missed it. I said the 5 million Mega X rally, the KOT, Chege, and Culture Kenya Media. Isn't that the same thing?
No, it's not the same. There is the one before the 5 million
okay.
one. There is the one where we need to get all the Kenyans on space, the influencers on space, where we bring them together and then we share with them this strategy that we want to do. Meaning, we share with them the platform of deplatforming people in churches, all the pressure points of the embassies, working in groups of 50, cyber terrorism, and all those things that we have agreed. All the points that we need to share with them, with all the people, all the groups on Twitter. We have that meeting, and then we share with them the strategy so that we can go now and work as we go nuclear. That's what I meant.
Should I say yes, Your Honor? I just took it down. Nimeandika sasa.
Okay, I am not your
promise you.
You drop the word terrorism.
Nimeandika for sure.
Cyber activism or hyper cyber activism.
Okay, so on ground terrorism and cyber terrorism as well. Okay.
And let me just say about the.
Sorry, Chege, may I say something before Wanjiro goes, please?
Sorry, I was saying, Wanjiro, we dropped the word terrorism. We say hyper cyber activism.
I know there's David and Mr. H and Kimero wants to talk before Wanjiro go. Can you request if she can give like a few minutes, because I'm sure there's some burning issues going on here. These hands have been up for a while.
Chege, we can't hear you, kindly.
Is anyone talking?
We can't hear you. We can see your microphone was open, but we couldn't hear you. That's why, yeah. I wanted to say something before Wanjiro goes, if you allow me. Thank you.
Chimera, you can just go ahead. I think Chege is having problems with his mic.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead. Wanjiro, I have one question actually for you before even I can submit whatever I wanted to. The question is, we continue saying, because we have said that we have noticed that we have been compromised because everything that we discuss on the spaces, we know that we have some kind of infiltration. So now that I get your point, and I totally agree with you that we should have.
Yeah, I can hear you, but you may mute.
that
I'm
we should
listening
have
to.
this mega space
I think I
where
have an
we
issue with
have
my
everyone,
mic. Let
all
me
the
just
influencers and
refresh my site. Just continue.
all the Kenyans. So my question would be 1-0. Don't you think that this would still compromise that? Okay, if we meet here, the 5 million to strategize, don't you think that this would still compromise all the strategies that we would come up with? Seeing that we have all these guys here, all the NIAs and whoever, because that's where they have beat us today on people couldn't assemble. Because I understand today it was really difficult to have more than 5. I don't even out. So, what do you think about that? Just if you can answer that before I then continue with my submission. Thank you, Angelo, and
Oh,
thank you very much for your availability.
okay, Kamara, thanks for your question. So, so the 5 million group, and I want JM to actually come in and complete my answer, is not for strategizing. It is for exposing Ruto. It is a pain point. We know that he likes to look good. We know that he has been exposing himself as the kingpin, the one who put Kenya on the map, and he likes to look good. It is to uncover the king's nakedness. That's the purpose of the 5 million group WhatsApp, space group. So what we agreed is that we need to actually separate in groups of command centers and work privately to do certain things out of space. And that is a strategy that we need to work on. So we did understand that we have been compromised and we do need to discuss some things of the space. JM, would you like to complete my answer as well?
No, you got it perfect. I think that was perfect. I don't think I wanna. I didn't. That's really the correct position.
Okay,
So that
Kamara,
it's not doesn't look like.
Can I say
Yep.
something shortly?
I will stay until the top of the hour. I'll stay on.
Can I say something shortly?
No, if okay, on the same topic, or you wanna let Ekimere finish his submission? If it's on the same topic, yes. You wanna go? Was the lender?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Are you contributing on the same question of the being infiltrated or something else?
I'm on the same conversation about like this thing, like who work together as a team and like having like 50 people, that thing, yeah, it makes sense and I agree with that. But one thing is for me, it's not making sense. It's like we're still doing the same shit on the same space. Sorry that I'm cussing a cussing word. It's not we are here, but you guys, like, we are all talking about the same thing we've been talking before. For me, like, it doesn't make sense because we are still using the same language, we are still using the same space. We have to strategize and use something different. Okay, we are not here alone at the end of the day. Even if we talk smart, we talk big, we still have people who have used the same things we are talking here against us. So how comes we are talking about still doing the same things here on space where we are exposed? We don't know who's listening. Like we know already everything, all the details we've given are being used by the government. So they are here with us. So even whatever we are saying about strategizing 50 people or whatever, they're hearing all our steps.
Okay, so I think before Kimera continues, I would say this. There is nothing we are saying here that is illegal. We are not planning anything
And
that is outside. In fact, no, hang on a second.
I feel like I was cut out. Did you guys hear my
Oh,
talk? Or
sorry.
like I feel like we were
Yeah,
in
we
two
did. We did.
different
We hear.
places.
We heard you.
Yeah. So
Sorry,
I think we
I thought
just
you were done.
no, I'm not done. I just feel like we need to strategize. Like the way Wanjiro said, it makes sense, but we have to figure out another place where we should be making these communications. Because it's not making sense that we are all talking everything here on space and this police and everybody, they are listening to us and they're using our ideas against us. So it's somehow stupid. Sorry to say.
Can I repeat what I made myself secretary to capture some things? What we said is that we will have a petition to the international community, which begins with the embassies and other places. And then Wanjiru is going to take the lead on that, of course, in consultation with the entire team. So that is an action point that she will take a lead on that. That's different from what we have done in other spaces. We have never assigned somebody do this for us. We talk and we never move forward. The second point was the issue of coming up with this hyper cyber activism group. And we agreed that KOT, Chege, and Culture Kenya Media will take the lead on that, so that it can bring in the other, social media influencers. And then organizing in groups of 50s, which we are talking about, the Culture Kenya Media will take the lead on that. Organizers, whichever way, and it can be private, doesn't have to be like on the spaces. And then pressure.
Wait,
sorry,
Wazalendo.
Kiasi.
Wait, Wazalendo. That is happening outside the space. That is going to happen completely privately.
Yes.
Completely.
Yes.
It's not. In fact, we should happen in person. In fact, you need to find your group. We call them centers of command. We have to fight. We have to do it in guerrilla method. That's what you missed. So we have to find our own groups of trusted people, and we work with them, and we do our own thing in centers of command. That's what you missed.
100. I agree that with you, Wanjiru, on that. Because at the end of the day, like we are trying to be really like peaceful. Wase wanaenda na flag. Vijana wadogo wanaenda na wamenyimwa IDs, wamemaliza high school juzi. Wanauliwa bure. So we can't sit here and just keep talking.
Okay, well, that's what we're trying to do.
These guys are not even following the fucking constitution. So why should we even follow it?
Okay.
It's really
May
frustrating.
I continue now, JM?
So, Zalendo, we can hear this is really it's frustrating, but I think we are trying to change the strategy so that we don't do things here on the space. We take it off, and that's what I think Wanjiru is clarifying, that we are not doing this here. We are agreeing with you 1,001% that what you're saying is what we are trying to, the direction we are trying to take. So let's have Kimere finish his submission, because I know David has been waiting forever. I think hata mkono yake imechoka kukua juu. Kimere, please.
Okay, thank you very much. No, on my submission, I think most of the things I wanted to say have been said, because one was to acknowledge that all is not lost. So we have gained something, because whatever we are doing, and that's why we are speaking now, we have but we have to try our best to vet the people who join them. But we have to try our best to vet the people who join them, because we don't want to be infiltrated anymore. Okay. Another thing, maybe I will go a little bit radical on this one. I don't know whether many people will agree with me. As Wazalendo has just said, we can't continue doing things the same way. Well, I know we continue saying we are peaceful. We have the flag and the bottle of water and the phone, but then these people come with bullets. I think we need to reiterate somehow we need to it's self-defense at the end of the day. So we have to start dealing with these rogue police, especially the masked ones. That something has to be done. And I understand, and this is something that I have suggested in the past, but today I understand that could have been a little bit difficult, because there were like one or two people, they couldn't do much. But in the past, we have seen that even when they come to abduct people, you've got like 20, 30 people surrounding them, and they just let this person pick the person up and go away. No, if that happens going forward, if there are more than 5, 6 people, and 2 or 3 masked policemen come to pick up someone, we must fight back, even if it means puncturing the cars or doing something. We shouldn't let these people take away our comrades. So that's very, very something to note. Another thing I wanted to talk about is the diaspora. As much as we try to despise the diaspora, now we see we are telling Wanjiru to help us to formulate this petition or whatever. And I think a lot of people in diaspora are helping a lot, and it's the support. Not everyone needs really to be on the ground. you know, they are doing a lot of good work, whether and diaspora are available to support in any way. Today, for example, I was in Maandamano the whole day. I just came back like 3 hours ago. I was in Kenyan High Commission for the whole day today in London, and we do what we can. We support, and even if it has an impact, because we are seen, we are supporting the people at home, even the people who are on the streets in Nairobi. When they go home and they will see that we also have been supporting them and protesting for the same thing. They say, okay, we are not alone. We have these guys supporting us. And then in any way the diaspora can support, if it's like Wanjiro helping us with her expertise, if it's the people who support with funding or resources. We are all in this together, because we all do this because we care and we love our country dearly. So I think I'll stop it there. It's important that going forward we really think, who are we dealing with, who are the people are we adding in our groups. That should be very, very important. I don't know how we're going to do that, but I think we know, because right now most of us, we have been here for quite some time, so we know ourselves. So we start from there, and that will help us
Yeah,
big
thank
time.
you,
Thank you.
thank you. I just made myself a host for 2 minutes. This is my last minute, so I'll give David, and then I'll document whatever we've talked about, and then after that, of course, Shege and Culture Kenya Media will continue. But I just wanted to make sure that I'm really documenting, like, what are the action items, so that we're able to be a little bit more. Not that we were not organized before, but at least we have something to tangible to work on, maybe outside of this space, and then communicate. So David, please, if you could share something, and then I would probably give back to the real host and co-hosts before I drop off to bed. It's probably getting late, I know, for everybody. David.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Very well, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I've raised my hand for so long, but
I'm
finally,
sorry,
thank you so much.
I've been looking at that, and I was like, my gosh, huyu jamaa si mkono imechoka. Sorry about that,
Niko sawa,
David.
niko sawa. Navumilia. Unajua lazima tupigane. So thank you so much for everyone for having contributed and made their remarks. And I'm in full support of what Wanjiro has said. I think I joined her earlier space, tulikuwa kwa space ingine na yeye na tumefuatana pia huku, so I'm in full support of what she has said, and in regard to that, kama kuna mtu wana join community ya IT, we are ready to kuingia huko to provide all the expertise na kila kitu tunajua kani mambo ya system. So if you are creating those communities, we are ready to join. Badala ya niongee sana, yule ana head IT, just tell us where you can just inbox me untuambie ni wapi tutaenda, kaa ni Telegram. So I don't want to repeat so much of what everybody has said. I think we should employ now new strategies. Can kuwa weekend we look for ways where we can poke holes and fight this government, because I think tumeongea sana badala ya kushinda tukipiga kelele huku. We just now make the moves that are right for us. So thank you very much, and guys, have a blessed night.
Watu waiti wanakuaga hivyo, short brief. I would give it back to where's Chege, and where's the Culture Kenya guy? Where's Chege? Where are you? Okay, Chege is right there. So I will hand this over to the co-host. I know Mr. H and Katana have to talk. I just want to appreciate all of you for sharing this. And David, thank you. I think I would draft something about what groups that we need, including the IT. and so that we really start now getting organized and grouping together and bring our expertise together. For those that haven't met me before, my name is J.M. Esmond, and I have unfortunately been in the diaspora for close to 20 years now, 19 plus. That's sad. And so, but I appreciate the work. I'm very involved with the Kenyan politics and everything. So I would leave Chege to carry on to the end.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Chege, for allowing me to get some notes so that I can share something more structured to you. And I promise I
Asante,
will.
JM. So follow me. I've followed you. But let me just confirm that I have. Yes, I'm following you. Thank you so much for taking it up.
Wanchiro, did you follow me? I think I'm following you, but I don't think Wanchiro, you followed me. Did you?
I did follow you. I did follow you, and you need
okay. Now,
we need
now
to
I have
share.
the direct message.
Yeah, we need to
I'm
share
sending you my
email
direct message.
addresses as well and telephone numbers so
Okay,
that we can
thanks.
work on that strategy
Perfect.
document. I want us to
Perfect.
also work on a strategy document on all those to-dos.
So
yep, I'm interested in that. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
JM, really, let me tell you. Let me say something even to Real Joe. There's, I think, when you come from a corporate and whatever background, professional background, there is always this assumption that the host and the co-host are professionals and therefore, can be the Hansard takers or the scribes of the meeting, the owners of the meeting minutes, so to speak. Unfortunately, in these spaces, things are so organic, unajipataga tu umerushwa huku kwa host and co-host. And I think it's also probably even a bit unfair. Someone like KOT just recently graduated from uni, has been doing a number of things, but barely has any kind of experience that probably Wanjiru, Real Joe, myself have had in the corporate world. So I think what has just happened here, I really like, is what needs to be happening. We need to take up the responsibility that we see lacking in these spaces that have come up out of a push by Gen Z. Let us remember that Gen Z are probably the oldest are what? Are they 30? 10, right? I think 1995, right, is where we start with the Gen Zs. So they are 30, the oldest of them. And they will not even, I mean, even when you speak to them, they get angry.
Again.
Yes.
I think like ni wazalendo.
Yes,
I think at this point where we are right now, I think we should be at a point where we should not be like saying like Gen Z and whatever, because right now tuko kwa situation yeah, it's a country.
The point that I'm bringing up is so far. The pain that Real Joe was identifying, and I love the way this conversation went. And in fact, unfortunately, I was having technical issues, so I was dropping off. But I actually liked the fact that I was quiet because I wanted it to develop the way I like the way it was developing. The point that I'm trying to raise here: many of us were identifying very early on that a strategy is required, breakout rooms are required. We are probably being too open with the ideas that are being shared, and people are listening in, and they'll be able to come in and hijack the system. Many of us have seen this, but the rage was too much, and just like any parent, the older ones of us were saying, okay, wacheni kwanza watoto walie, let them rage, let them, and by the way, it's working. So at least they are being heard. We will come in later and start bringing reason. So now that time of later has come. So what needs to happen is that we continue to do what we are doing. And I love, I don't know who is the IT person. Just unmute yourself so that I remember you. The guy who has just come and said what IT he raised up his
So
hand.
that was David.
David.
That was David.
Exactly. Thanks so much.
Hata
Yeah.
nimemwandika under 18 na nikamfollow nikamwambia wewe nitakutafuta.
Yeah, fantastic. Because we are going to need
Yeah.
many people in IT. We are going to need probably even blockchain voting systems, which have already started being discussed. All these things have to be put together by different leadership, quote unquote, because we are leaderless, groups that at least take a lead in developing that area and take ownership. So for me, Real Joe, the answer to the question is you and I. We have to take up whatever pain point we are hearing. We take up the notes, guys. If you are in a professional circle, you know how these things work. Take it upon yourself as a civil duty to make sure, just like Wanjiru has said, I will draft the petition. Thank you very much, Wanjiru. That is the kind of thing that we need. That is the kind of what is it called, tone we need to be hearing, and the kind of patriotism that we need to be having. That is what I just wanted to say, and thank you everybody. So mkikojea hata sijui watafanya aje, because I think we need to be reaching out.
No, I think Mr. H hadn't talked. I think we have like about 2 speakers who haven't talked at all.
Yeah, I know. I want to move
actually.
away now from this. I was just thinking, JM,
Okay.
this issue of the big space. You see, the influencers are so jealous because they have earned, these big ones, they have been earning from the viewership, and they know how this thing works. So I think maybe somebody like Eric Omondi is radical enough. Kina Americs and Kina who, if you look at how they do it, they have the politicians, they have these topics. What has been there, I don't know if you'll be able to convince them. So just yes, all I'm saying is giving
acha
KOT.
tusiseme majina, because at the end of the day tukianza kusema majina inatu divide more. Acha tucheze chini, unajua, let's not call names, let's not say nani na nani. Kama mtu ni hivyo, mtu anajua nani ni nani na nani mplainer, lakini tucheze chini, kwa sababu at the end of the day
Wazalendo, by the way,
divide
like, I was
more.
just saying that unajua ile kusema ati KOT aende approach hao watu, mimi sioni ikifanyika. Just my idea, but
KOT I need kufuata mtu yoyote. So hii kitu yoyote, hata watu kukuja na KOT, ni mtu amekuja amejitolea. Umekuja hapa kwa hii space juu wewe unataka kukua, una fight for your country, for your flag. So at the end of the day, nobody owes nobody nothing. What you owe is your country. Nobody, hata ukienda huko maandamano, hiyo ndio shida ya Wakenya. Kila mtu anaangalia, sijui huyu celebrity ameenda, nitaenda. Huyu celebrity ameenda, uko hapo juu ya celebrity ama juu ya nchi yako? Na hiyo ndio shida yenye tuko nao kama Wakenya. Unaona kama hiyo venye ilikuwa hiyo yenye ilikuwa reject finance bill. Maseleb walitokea cause walikuwa na reject kwa sababu wa content creation. Au kwa nataka kulipa hizo bills za content creation, hizo venye zilikuwa zinawaambia. Sasa hivi unawaona wapi? Hawayuko. They don't give a fuck, kwa sababu at the end of the day wanna live good life. Wana live good life kwa sababu pesa wanalipo ni poor. But wako wanataka kulipa taxes kwa gava. Ndio walikuwa wametokea time ya finance bill. People need to be woke. Naona wako kwa street na waongei. Hiyo siku ilikuwa inawasumbua juu ilikuwa Hello,
I know
sorry,
that's
nimerudi. Nilikuwa nimekatiwa off. Sijui kwa nini mic yangu inashinda kikatwa.
A quick one. Go ahead, and because I know I didn't wanna lose, because I know just to go.
Yeah, Wanjiru,
Very good point. Very good point. I was Orlando. Very good point. And then we definitely have to get David. No, David talked. Okay, we need to have Mr. H and Katana. Those ones haven't spoken at all. I wish they could. And AK something. You guys have complicated names on your whatever, but if you can do that, and then we can follow that that flow. We hear submissions. I know people at different countries, they are getting tired. But it's good to hear from Wanjiro's maybe response to some of the issues that have been raised.
No, I'll wait.
And
I'll wait.
Wanjiro,
I'll wait for
oh,
them to
you can
speak.
wait. Okay.
Yeah, I'll wait for them.
Okay. So you can give them a chance to speak. That would be good. And you know, for the record, Shege, can I tell you something? Shege,
Yes,
are
yes,
you
yes, yes, yes,
willing to
yes.
hear this?
Yes, yes, yes,
Buddy,
yes, yes.
we were in the campaign of 2002, some of us, okay? So as much as we look like Gen Z in terms of our conversation, we were in the 2002. We voted in 2002 for Kibaki, just for the record. So we've been, okay, I wouldn't call myself
That's below the
old,
belt,
but we were,
I'll accept. I
no,
wanted to know
I
it
just,
you.
nah, I'm just kidding. because some of you are like, oh, some of us are too old because we voted in 2000
JM, I wasn't
in
referring to you.
in
I was referring to the
2013.
Gen Z.
I'm like,
Anyway,
2013,
okay.
2013. Are you yell? Okay, so let's have. I think with all fairness, I think Mr. H was going next. And again, if I'm skipping somebody, please let me know. But I think Mr. H was going next, and I think it would be fair to hear him contribute, and then we hear maybe two others in Katana,
Umeruka
and then
David.
we can.
I think David was.
No, David. I think David is one who contributed. David is the IT guy,
Oh,
right?
okay.
David is
Fine.
IT guy.
So
So
by
he
the way,
already
if you've
contributed.
spoken, guys, drop because I've got so many requests, so that I can.
And then, strange enough, today I'm really scaring you. I will send you the notes. I'm writing which kind of skills we have in the house for the sake of the organizing the way we are trying to restructure this. So I got David's name. That's why I know that he spoke and he told us he's in IT and he wants us to put together the IT people to help us in the movement. So yeah, so David has spoken for sure. So Mr. Is it Mr. H or Dr. H? Mr. H. And forgive my accent because sometimes I don't know whether it's to say H or H. So my accent sometimes betrays me. Mr. That's Horace Seiko. Oh, Mr. H is not there. Okay. So we did have to move quickly to someone else. Mr. H, are you there? No. AK.
There you go. Okay, guys.
AK for Saba Wakanda.
Wajiro, please make your submission so that you're free to go to bed.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
amekubali tangoja kidogo. Just let's give like only two guys quickly because I think they're probably gonna say something related to what you may have to respond to. That's why I'm rushing actually. These guys, if you're not available, you're not available. So if you can do like AK4 Saba and then Katana and then quickly, then Wanjiro can make a submission and go to bed. Sorry. You go with Wanjiro or you go with Shiro, whatever. You guys, you confuse me.
Oh, okay, Shege, you can drop me so you can add someone else, please.
What do you go with? Do you go with Jiro? You go with Shiro? What do you go with?
For me?
Just give me the name. Yeah.
Wajiro.
Okay, perfect. That's what I need to know. Okay. AK4 Saba.
Was it Kimere who requested that I drop him?
Wakanda. AK4 Saba.
Yeah,
Wakanda.
it's me. So you have space to add more people because I think
Kimere, next
there are a
to
lot of
leave
people.
at the top there, there's 3 dots. Then you click switch to listen. Wacha nifanye kidogo.
Okay. Thank you.
Upskilling.
Wakanda, are you available? Wakanda is not there. So okay, go ahead. Wakanda.
I think it's supposed to be Kimere.
2-3 hours tumeshinda.
No, Kimere already spoken. Kimere already made a submission.
So we're going to AK Saba.
Bana.
Yeah, it's AK Saba. It's AK Saba Wakanda.
Anyway, kitu cha kwanza nataka kubig up ude anaitwa Wazalendo. Wazalendo wazee, watu kaa nyinyi ndio mnafanyaga watu kaa mimi mazee tunafilipoa because tumekuwa kwa hii struggle na si ni watu wa arts, najua tumekuwa kwa muziki uko fulani Maumau kala mashaka, hizo ndio zilikuwa movement zetu, yani from way back, na hii ni kitu tumekuwa tukiongea yani sasa for 20 years plus so anyway na feel poa kujua watu kaa nyinyi mko kwa space kama hii cause saa zingine ukisikia what we get from some of our people actually the intellectual when actually in quotes intellectual think are intellectual they are just actually just quoting our colonizers books that they are intellectual but hakuna anything intellectual wanaongea tu kizungu mingi quote hapa nini because remember Kenya has never been free hizo ni vitu za uongo Kenya has never been free if Kenya has been free then Mau Mau right now wangekuwa at least they are rich or living in wealth or kitu kama hiyo so hakuna vitu kama hizo Kenya is just a hoax and before udhani wewe ni Mkenya na eti unatetea kitu yoyote politics if you think that's the fight wacha nitoe hiyo nini because hapa inaonekana inahitaji mazetu hapa panahitaji tough love na tuache kudanganyana hapa our weakest link ni hawa watu wanajiita intellectuals hawa are our weakest link because hawa ndio the people wenye wametoka from nini our colonizers institutions na wanadhania they've got some knowledge you don't have knowledge una quote your colonizers that's why mkianza kusema hapa story eti sijui tuanze kufuata constitution sijui tuanze that's bullshit tunafaa kama ni kuandika constitution tuandike constitution according to our African nini morals do you need a paper to be morally right do you need a religion to be morally right a religion to be a good person you do not need religions you do not need law to understand that something is wrong or right you need just to be moral with morals na kitu imefail Kenya ili collapse in morals kitambo so ni kitu tunafaa kujiangalia sisi wenyewe how do you treat other people umebreak from other relationships 16 people umebreak maroho huko unataka kuja kupatiana nini speech ya Martin Luther look at yourselves it's time we look at ourselves if you want something national tunafaa kuangalia we need first to love each other and forgive each other because as Kenyans we treat each other the worst tuache kudanganyana mumekuwa kwa relationships ngapi kwanza sisi nini wenye watu wanajiita ma Christian mimi ni not a Christian niliondokea hiyo ujinga kitambo umekuwa kwa relationship ngapi umedump watu wangapi umetreat watu waje how do we treat each other kwa offices when you're trying to fight for your positions so ndio upandishwe cheo how many of you
That's very,
transmitted jobs hapa
no, very powerful submission there.
ndio
My
nakwambia
question
Kenya
to you,
long time ago
Wakanda.
so before we blame
Wakanda.
politicians first look at yourself we need to look at ourselves how do we treat each other
So Wakanda, you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Mimi ni graphic designer.
Can you hear?
Nimekuwa nikipatiana
Okay.
placards for free.
Okay.
Nimekuwa
JM,
nikipost
si
kwa hizi
wache amalize kuongea alafu uongee.
nani okay ndio nasema nimekuwa nikipatiana placards for free ni mimi unaongelesha nini kwa zale ndogo
Hapana, ni JM nasikia kiongea ndio namwambia ache umalizie alafu pia wewe makes short. Usiongee sana.
Unajua lazima nimekawia
Sorry, I was given the co-host. I thought I needed to make sure that everybody stays with the 4 minutes. I apologize.
Wanjiru alikuwa I think she was in another space. Mnaongea story ya arts. Watu wa arts tuko hapa. Nimekuwa nikiandika na inbox watu naambia hey listen mimi niliprint my pesa yangu ilifika placards so tano. Naambia say niache changeni hapa kuna placards mimi napatia na bure. Hakuna only another dude from Minnesota John into Chiro. Ndo alituma 1200. Anyway. Hiyo time itafika. Wenye watasupport. Sihitaji sini watu spiritual. Unajua vitu zitasonga mbele. But anyway, we need to look at ourselves first. We need to forgive each other before tuitishe sijui ma national sijui cohesion sijui nini. We need to be honest with ourselves, with each other. Watu wanadhania we are fighting Ruto, we are fighting the international community. Tunapigana na states, tunapigana na Britain, tunapigana au ndio wanatupiga vita. The laws za farming na laws za mambegu na laws za nini are the Monsanto wamekuwa Mombasa Road for how long? Now for over a decade. Wako na 100 of cases in the US. They are here. Watu kama Russia, they don't allow any GMO. Nimetoka kwa space ingine unasikia sijui jamaa anaongea sijui stories za eti farmers wananid kualawiwa kuchange sijui biotech ya nini DNA. The people wanataka kuchange DNA ni mtu wanakupiga wewe mwenyewe Mwafrika if you don't know, because you are the organic organism and DNA of this earth, na kuna wenye they are not organic here. That's why they are changing the foods nini, na wanakupiga through medicine, through chakula. The biggest poisons are in our supermarkets. The media, our biggest betrayer, where they inaita hizo vitu nini what they call it, lifestyle diseases. They cannot go in deep because pia only betrayers. So this is a war. This is a war, and the biggest link is the middle class. Wenye wanadhania wanatoka kwa class, maybe they are educated na nini because wametoka kwa institutions zote za colonizers. Hakuna siku swara itapeleka watoto
even as you learn, even as you learn, Wakanda, listen to me. Wakanda, listen to me. Wakanda, listen to me. You can hear me. Wakanda, can you hear me?
Is their problem.
Wakanda, can you hear me?
Our whole education system. Okay, sawa. Unamaliza. Okay.
No, no.
All right.
Utapata
No.
chance ingine.
I think
All
he's. I don't think he was
anyway,
hearing me
that's the
because I
war.
need
Yeah,
I need to get some clarification from him, but I don't think he can hear me. So we'll probably get him back later because I literally got confused about.
Okay,
No, hang on a second, Wazalendo. Please give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just needed to get the clarity from him, his connection with the 5 allegations he has made, and I was writing them down, and the connection with our Nanenane aftermath. And I think it's critical for us to be on the same page. And for the record, I'm also a farmer in Kenya, by the way. And I'm also like somebody who has
Just
been
go to
involved.
the point.
No,
Just go.
hang on a second. No. Wazalendo, because I think you keep challenging me when I'm trying to really clarify what people are saying, and I don't think we are going in the right direction. And I apologize that I'm not going to allow that unless the host tell me not to co-host. So I apologize for that because I don't think it's going in the right direction. So let's have Katana make a submission in the context of the Nanane aftermath and what you feel we need to do, because I know Wanjiro has to go, and what you really suggest that we need to improve, and what practical steps we need to take now as we move forward. Katana, please. Katana. Okay, so Katana is not there. Let's have a Secret, and then Wanjiro will share final thoughts, and then we let her rest, because I know it's probably very late. I don't know which country she's in, so I don't think that's why it's in. Yeah. So Secret, can you go?
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for staying this early or late. I was just talking to one of my kins, and I was telling him that people are not sleeping yet at 3 o'clock in the morning, and well, at different times. And this, even if we are just 10 of us who are remaining here, this means that there is, like, anybody in government should be very worried that at this time of the morning or of the night, Kenyans are still discussing on how to get good governance or how to oust the government. And this means a lot of things, by the way. This means, if I was like in Ruto's place and Kenyans are not sleeping doing this, I would be so worried. This is a good thing, by the way. I just wanted to reiterate some of the things that people have said because I already made my submissions a little bit earlier. I think in the spirit of going forward, AK Forsab, I don't know if that's the name, he has talked about very important things. I think we need to work on ourselves as Kenyans. And the first thing that we need to do is to do reconciliation that is not initiated by politicians. We need to forgive ourselves as people. We need to start our own reconciliation, our own healing that is not done by Raila Odinga or Ruto, or those superficial prayers that politicians make in State House that is politically aligned. We need to talk as Kenyans. We need to meet each other from a local level. We need to that's the only way that we are going to even deal with this thing of tribalism, because it is deeply embedded. Guys, this story of tribalism, I can tell you that it is not as shallow as some of us think. This thing is so deep. It is so deep that as Kenyans, we need to talk to each other. No, we should not allow. The only reason why it has even gotten into a worse place is because we have allowed people like Raila and Ruto and Uhuru and those big wigs to start conversations of tribalism. These are things that we need to talk about them ourselves as Kenyans. We need to even form like groups of Luos and Kikuyus and Kalenjins and Luyas, and just talk to each other on local levels. Leave alone those the ones that I see. I don't know, Kikuyu elders. We have this. We have this. We have this tendency of us as Black people not talking to each other and so betraying each other in so many ways, and it is a chain that keeps on repeating itself. And you will see it even here amongst ourselves. When we started this war, it was all, we are all determined to fight this monster of bad governance. All of a sudden it changed. Now we are infighting amongst ourselves. We have gone back into our tribal cocoons. Why? Because we are a people who don't have strong principles. We do not have strong principles. And so it is so easy. It is so easy to pick 50 bob over going for something that is sustainable or values that will keep our generations for years. And that is what we should. This thing is so deep, by the way. It is so deep. When I'm from the lake, and when you go back home to my village, and you start talking to my people, some of the people who have not, most of them, by the way, do you know that in my village, if you even go and say that Raila is wrong, there are people who can even beat you up. I'm serious. That is how deep this issue is. The issue of tribalism is so deeply embedded that we cannot continue allowing politicians to be the ones to run even this issue of tribal things. We should pick it up as local people, as local mwananchi. We are the ones who are now supposed to even start this. These are Luo people who are now Luo youths who are eating with Kikuyu youths who are killing this whole nonsense of tribalism. It should start from us. It should not be a thing of, I don't know, Raila Odinga is bringing some, I don't know what, to Bondo and these other people, because we know that it is all drama that they do. We are the ones who should even
So
tell.
let me ask a quick question in the same context. So you probably proposing that Wanjiro should start eating my fish and I should start eating the hamokimo. But let me ask you this is my question. I'm just saying that for the sake of it. So you think in the current dispensation of the movement that is going on, do you feel like the challenge we are facing in this movement then which has brought us to Nanenane, the June 25th and everything. Is this because of the tribal inclinations that we have lived with based on our parents? I mean, my next birthday probably within the 50s. Please, for the sake I have to tell Shege that so that I can make him feel bad. So my thinking is this. My question is this: the current movement, which is of course birthed by the Gen Z, but of course is morphing into the national movement. Do you feel like this is more of a tribal movement to cure a tribal inclination, or is a movement to cure something else outside of tribalism? Meaning, regardless of who you are, we are asking for good governance. We are asking for you to be not to be corrupt. We're doing this because when I have people who have not Gen Zs, who start getting into my age group, which I don't know where I've already told you what my age is, then we start talking about tribal. Do you think this movement is about curing a tribal problem, or are we curing something else? That's why I
Let me,
get confused.
thank you.
Help
Let me answer that. We started. The call was on good governance. Call was on rejecting finance bill, but again, it was. If you look at it, it was about good governance. But now you ask yourself, why are we even demanding good governance? What is that problem that we are diagnosing? The problem that we are diagnosing is tribalism, which is the greatest cancer in our country, that has even led to this idea of bad governance. The greatest cancer, by the way, that we have in our country, that is feeding all these bad things that we have, is tribalism. Because if that is why we even have like when we raise an issue of good governance, the next thing that Ruto did was to bring us tribal kingpins. Why do you think that Ruto brought to us tribal kingpins? We were not asking people who to come and we were demanding simple things that countries that have mature democracies and those that have evolved, it's not even, you don't even have to dialogue for the things that these children were talking about, But Ruto, in his own wisdom, because he understands the politics of the country, he went ahead and brought to us tribal kingpins. Why? Because they understand what is ailing the country. They know what has captured our country. They know where if they touch, nobody is the demonstrations are going to fade. And did they succeed? Yes, they did succeed, because now after they brought to us tribal kingpins, what did we see? We saw a few people standing and telling us that, you know what, we were with you on 25th, but now we are very happy because tukondani kabisa ya serikali. Ruto he knows that's a political genius, the poorest leader that we have, but a serious political genius, and so he knows.
But we are playing into their game. Secret, listen to me. We are playing into their game. We really falling into their hands. The
Okay.
conversation we are having. Give me.
We can be here forever.
Yeah.
Please,
Yeah.
please
Yeah.
allow me to. You know what? Tribalism, just like many other things. Tribalism was also introduced by the colony as part of divide and rule, which was part of bad governance, just like corruption, just like all the other things. Disrespect was Nanenane aftermath. What's the way forward? May I take us back to the subject of this conversation? And I would like to make a submission so that I can go. It's 3:30 space, because apart from being an attorney, I do run organizations, and so whether it's men, women, different racial groups, different ages, because everybody brings something to the table. Just like in as much as the Gen Zs went to the streets, just like the Mau Mau, at the end of the day, it needed to bring in another energy to kind of breathe in some sort of structure and some sort of long-term thinking that was going to take us to the next stage. Just like if you think about the dot-com companies, the dot-com companies were started by very young people who were like, bravado, let's do this, let's do this. But what was their longevity? They went bust very quickly until they were rescued by the companies that had what is called long-term strategy, 5-year plans, 10-year plans, etc. So that is why any organization needs to bring in different talents, different genders, different energies, so that everybody can put their thinking together. And I think that's what this Gen Z movement has become, a Gen Zote. And I think that's where we are at. We're at that point of maturity. And I'm glad that we're at that point where we can now bring all our thoughts together. And we're happy that we are now part of this family. So now I want to address something what Zalendo said. I don't want us to make assumptions about anybody. Like you, JM, I actually voted in the 90s. So yes, I am there. Yes. I don't want to make assumptions about anybody out there. I do believe in reaching out to everybody as long as we can make this circle bigger. So I will reach out to Amerix. I don't want to make assumptions about anybody. I will reach out to Amerix. I will reach out to anybody that I can bring in to make this circle bigger, because we did agree that we're going to try and see how big we can make this circle, because the bigger the better. I'm not afraid of hearing no. I don't care. I know rejection. I have not come this far in my life being afraid of no, and I've not come this far in my life as making assumptions about people, right? Kenya, it's bigger than me, it's bigger than my pride, it's bigger than my fears. So I will reach out to anybody. If anybody here can reach out to other groups, I've reached out to Jelani already, and she's responded to me. We're going to talk tomorrow. She'll bring in her network, right? I'm going to reach out to Amerix. I've gotten his number just as we were speaking. I'm going to call him tomorrow. Anybody else who can reach out to everybody else, let's have a big space, because I think we all will want to build a Kenya that works for everybody. Those who don't want to, don't want to. That for me is my final submission. If anybody else can reach out to people who have got bigger networks, so that we can do that space where we share our bigger strategy, please let me know.
Yeah, Wanjiro.
Okay.
Reach out to Marge as well. Eh?
I'll reach out to
Shege, Marge was my co-host for 2 years.
Fantastic.
By the way, we co-hosted.
Okay, so Wanjiro,
we'll get Marge on board, and then of course,
okay.
And then
because I want to release.
Right.
I want to release Wanjiro. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Can
even
please
no,
one
even
person speak when you guys are speaking to people at the same time?
Okay. Who will reach out to Marge? Shege.
I'll talk to
JM, she's his co-host. Now
she has no problem like that, and Jelan and I we have co-hosted. So when Jiro reach out to Jelan, she'll be complete. She's completely sold out into the movement. She's all attracted, and then before Shege kicks me out, because I know he's about to do that. You have 2 daughters, I have 2 sons. So let's have a conversation on the side in another space. So please get my number, please.
Okay, I will also reach out to Mizani 254.
Mizani is my co-host. What the heck?
Anyways, okay, good. Okay, great.
No. Reach out to Mizani. Mizani, we built the Mizani together.
Then reach out to him. Reach out to him.
By the way, but no. By the way, I needed to disclose that I was the Ustawi 54 that I closed. We co-hosted the first meeting of the housing issue, where we had Ruto and my friend Hinga, and we had over 40,000 for the first time that we hosted. So Mizani and myself, we were actually called Mizani ya Ustawi. We even did like an actual physical conference in Kenya a few months ago. So yeah, Wanchiro, let's reach out to Mizani. I think now we have a good working relationship. Now we are good. This is exciting. This is what I've been looking for.
Let's do it.
Heck, Shege, mbona unaficha watu wazuri alafu Shege is like
JM,
that.
you should be following me. This good things happen in this place. Wajiro, we've been enough.
No, I already followed you.
JM, we've been in enough spaces with you. I've always loved your presentations. What is going to continue happening here is what I normally call root cause analysis. It's what we are doing, and tribalism is being identified as one of the root causes. But you and I know that it's more than tribalism. It's more than one face. It's multifaceted. So we will continue with other things.
It's tribalism, but it's more than Ruto. I want you to define it that way.
Exactly.
There's tribalism,
also,
but it's more than one person.
And also corruption. The tribalism is one, tribalism manifests itself in corruption, but corruption also has many facets. So we will continue with this root cause analysis. I think all of us are important, but I love AK-44 Saba's presentation because of this admission. And Wajiro, you're a lawyer. I'm an engineer. JM probably thinks I'm younger, but we are probably age mates because I also voted in the 90s.
No,
it's okay, JM, it's okay. Just chill. I want to release Wajiro. So the point I want to make is that we know that professions have been used to create this class culture in our society. And if we are going to demand that the church confesses and does penance, professionals need also to do the same. So I applaud AK4 Saba for that. And for me, I'll start with apologizing for engineers because engineers have let us down. And likewise, we should be that honest and we should be that open to criticism. And let us all remember to bring in Gen Z into whatever conversation we're going to have. Young as they might be, they are probably the most innocent and clean in everything. Thank you so much, Wajiro, for being here. I want to release you.
Also, Hilary Goddy, can I reach out to him, or does anybody have him?
Who?
Hilary Goddy.
Oh, reach out to Hillary. God,
Yeah,
that's another
just
big
write
deal.
down his name, and then we'll find somebody who knows him.
No, Hillary. Oh, reach
I've got him.
reach out to Hillary.
I've got Hillary.
Yep.
I've got Hillary.
If you have, if you have
guys.
March, you have Hillary, right?
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Wanchiro, did you get my number? Just let's chat on the side in the morning when you
JM,
wake up.
I've sent you a WhatsApp. I've sent you a WhatsApp already.
Guys, kuna venye like at this how we are doing it, we are like specific three, four people who are just speaking. There are people who are down here and they are waiting for the whole time and just listening. Kuna venye ikai unfair. So let's kuna venye watu wapatane DM.
Let's just let Wajiro go so that we can move on. Thank you. Thanks, Wajiro. Aya, JM.
Yeah, so the point I was making is that I think the progress today, action items, assigning people what they need to do, for me, it's the place where I come from, where like I want to make sure that who's gonna do what, how do we move forward, and all that. So thank you so much for allowing that to happen. And as you bring people on, please, as they share their experience, their thought, what they're going to contribute, it doesn't have to be anything, whether they are mobilizers, they are whatever it is. Let's just build a certain coalition that boosts, sorry, sasa unaona accent yangu anyway.
So Chege,
Yes, Wazalendo.
siuangalie mtu mwingine anaweza hapa hivi ongea manzi. Tumeongea hapa tu tunazunguka na watu sijui wangapi, kizungu mingi.
Alafu
I was guys, you guys catch me when I was speaking.
Yeah, we did. Sorry, cigarette. We needed. I just wanted us to finish off with Wanjiro so that she could go. Please come. And then who else? Yeah. Who's next? Wazalendo, was it you or who next?
Hapana, mi hata as in there is AK4 na kuna The Real Joe, kuna David Walk, kuna Kimere, kuna Katana, kuna wasi bado wanangoja kubonga.
But cigarette, tuanze na wewe, wengine watainua mikono. Naona afande yuko hapa.
So naweza ongea Chege.
Yeah, ni wewe cigarette unaweza bonga.
Okay. So okay, where was I? So I was just saying, and that's a hill I'm ready to die on. We need to work on how we can teach our people to unlearn certain things, and For me, I've taken responsibility to do civic education back home to my people, to tell them why it cannot be a chain of who is rejoicing now, who is punishing who the next. We cannot continue like that as a people, and why tribalism is going to choke us and our children, and why we need to come out of it. So that's upon us, by the way. That's upon us to do civic education back home for the people who have seen the light. And that's very important to also say, because so many Kenyans have not worked on themselves. I keep on saying that. Because I keep on talking to so many people. And when I have conversations with people, I realize that there are so many people who have refused to do the hard work of unlearning the things that we were taught, or those that we inherited from our parents. So ni wewe kama umeona light, wasaidie waone ya kwamba ukabila is the greatest cancer that is ailing our country. I don't think I think like the root cause still is tribalism, not bad governance for us as Africans largely, and Kenyans. The biggest cancer that we've had in our country is still tribalism. Yeah. And it is very deep, and it is going to be like a very long way, but we need to do the work. Having said that, I'm happy that now we have action points and we have like things that people are going to work on. I will join people in the IT sector because that's my area. We will see what we can do. But apart from that, like I've also people who are writing. I have a blog that I've been doing. I've written so many stories. I'm also in academia. I've written about our stories, so I keep on sharing. So like whichever place you are in, si lazima hata ukue in like any two place, hata kama tu uko wapi, uko level gani, unafanya kazi gani, it's upon you to take it to heart, that this is a decision that we made as Kenyan youths, that we are going to redeem our country from bad governance. So hata kama wewe, if you're a writer, blog about it. If you're in the media industry, do something. Hata kama wewe tu ni storyteller. I'm so impressed, and I keep on saying that I'm so impressed by what the Kenyan artists are doing, the spoken word artists. Wanaingia kwa magari. It takes a lot of courage, by the way. It takes a lot of courage kuingia kwa magari. You don't even know who is there, and you start talking to Kenyans. I'm so impressed by what the Kenyan artists are doing, and I hope we get into the population keeps on increasing of people who are going into the grassroots levels, kuongea na wazazi wetu, kuongea na watu huko chini mashinani, huko kwa bunge la wananchi. I want Kenyans to history ati sijui. I'm not a politician. These people are feeding on the fact that we left politics for them. This idea that politics is a bad thing, and so we have left it for other people. If it is dirty, let us all get dirty with it. That's the only way. Because otherwise, if we leave politics for people who are dirty, that's how they say, okay, let us give it still that bad name. We keep most of them out of it, and then tuzidi kuwakanyagilia tukiwa huko ndani. But if all of us, we will declare that, you know what, we are all politicians, those people will tutawachok. So it is also upon us Kenyans. Let's not leave politics to these people, to the political class. Let's be active in our country's issues. And sorry.
Just a little bit of correction, my dear. Thanks for your points. Nakumbuka umesema that nini, unaona the problem in Kenya ni tribalism. That's not okay.
Bro,
It's part of the problem.
Kombane,
But it's part of the problem.
Okay, no, get closer to your speaker. We're not here. You are a little bit farther from your speaker, please,
Okay,
if you don't mind.
Okay, pole. Sasa
Get closer
unanisikia
to you
poa?
clear.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Almost there.
Okay.
We can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
kitu nilikuwa nasema is that nini tribalism, of course, was manufactured. Kwanza kuanzia time ya when Kenyatta went to Kisumu and then akarushiwa mayai and all that. Hiyo iko tu kwa history tu ya Kenya. Anyway, it was manufactured na ikakuwa manufactured mostly na the Kikuyu elite, because the Kikuyu elite ndio wameibia, hao ndio actually part of the cancer of what Kenya is going through, because wamekon watu wao throughout na wameshinda wakidanganya watu wao. Anyway, kutoka from hapo, but apart from tribalism, right? The cancer is that Kenya started on a wrong foot. Kenya ilianza such on a wrong foot that my intellectuals, even the first stanza ya national anthem, the translation inakuwaga ni wrong. Unasikia Mungu nguvu yetu, and then kwa Kizungu ni oh God of all creation. Wrong translation. Nakwambia simple things. Kenya started just on a wrong foot. Na ilianza na the wrong president, of which maybe ninge prefer maybe Odinga or maybe another person. Now there was a Kamzungu Alice. He even said it, predicted that hiyo time Kenyatta akichaguliwa akasema Kenya will have a dark future. Kenya started on a wrong foot. Kitu unaona kama bendera ya Kenya ndio the logo. It's a logo of the British company. Jua, the battle we are fighting is an African war. It's not a Kenyan war. Story ya patriotism is all false. Afrika mzima ilidivaidiwa so that the Wazungus could not go back to fight another war, a World War III, because after World War II walikuwa washaji deplete of all resources and everything. Hawangeweza to go back and fight. So they have to divide Africa and share it among others. Otherwise wangeenda kufight. I say these tribes wakifight amongst themselves wanaitaga world war. Sisi tukifight wanaita tribal wars and militia. And they are the biggest terrorists. So tunafaa kuangalia where pali tunaangalia. There's another nice lady amesema about developed democracy. There is not a developed democracy. Democracy just exists in your dictionary. This world is being ruled by dicks. By nuclear, unajua nini? A dick. The one with the biggest dick ndio ana dictate. This world inakuwaga ruled by the strongest. It's not being ruled by democracy. Hiyo ni fallacy na ni fantasy we Mwafrika unafaa kuamka. There is nothing like that. It does not exist. It exists in the media. Nakwambia it exists. Ngoja kidogo brother.
Sikiza. AK47, sikiza where you're going is deeply philosophical, and when Cigarette was presenting, I think it is only fair that you let Cigarette finish, then you can have your time, you give us your presentation, and then we move on, because we are facing so many things and so many speakers that I'd like at least to get the conversation moving, if you don't mind.
Okay, so this is just the second time. Nataka iwe the second na the last. Okay, nasema tu iwe tu ya mwisho na the last. So nasema we need to understand our enemy. We need to understand our enemy. Na tuache kujidanganya na hizi story SG, we need to draft another SG what and what. We are not fighting Ruto. Ruto is a slave. Ruto is a slave. Ameingizwa na slave master mwingine anaitwa Uhuru. When walikuwa wamekuwa enslaved, we've never really had freedom. So anyway, this time ndio tuko na chance, and I think most of the people are woke to the situation. So we need to kuiface tu na courage. Tuna need kuiface na courage. Na nothing today to me is a success. na ni success because kuna wenye walikuwa wanataka kuprofit from maybe on the revolution ama kujimake famous, unajua tu watu wengine. So anyway, sahii tunafaa to go hard na tuingie into venye tu mzalendo alikuwa anasema maze to go deep. Hizi vitu za top layer hizi hakuna kitu ita solve. Tutaendelea tu ku revolve hapa again and again and again and again and again. Tuna need to kuwa truthful about ourselves. It's morals zetu are not correct. The way we treat each other. Wasa wangapi unaonaga wanaingia matri wanaanza tu kuzushia konda because wanafikiria wanaweza mzushia na hawawezi zushiwa kwa ofisi zao. Be the change. You be the change. Change tabia yako venye una treat partner yako, venye una treat mfanyikazi wako, huo mtu umemweka kama bot kwa nyumba, mtreat differently, mtreat venye wewe unaweza penda kutritiwa. Hivyo ndio venye tutapendana. Si upenda kumwokwa Tanzania, oh wa Tanzania like this, they are so good. We actually still boast of our own rottenness, and that's capitalism. Tumechukua from states. That's not advancement. States is the devil himself. Kama tunataka kupotea in obscurity and kabisa, need to follow the West in anything. We have nothing to copy from them, because morals is the highest standard and the foundation of anything. You don't have morals, hauna family, na family ndio foundation ya any society. Kila kitu itavunjika kama hakuna morals, everything will break down. So ni morals. So tuache kuangalia stories sijui eti kutengeneza sijui documents gani, hapana. Tuangalie tu morals zetu na tuache
That's like
tuko. Thank you.
sounds like a tough
Nimemaliza.
planning.
AK nipo ni
Nimemaliza.
We have number for what 30 seconds Maliza, we go back to cigarette and then we bring it back to the whatever the other conversation.
Hello. I think okay for Saba, is it the name? I think amemaliza. I don't know.
Maliza, okay, cigarette please. Okay, sorry, maybe cigarette before you, because you know he's spoken and he's gone very philosophical. AK for Saba, mimi nitasema tu hivi. Kabla tuende Pluto, tulienda moon, si ndio? Americans and whoever walikuwa na race to the moon, kabla mtu huyu aanze kula githeri lazima kwanza atafuniwe and everything. Let's be cognizant that we are looking at different things, and in fact sisi watu wazima tufikirie Gen Z, how can we break things down for them? I love the last points that you made about being honest, about how vile mtu anatreat mfanyikazi wake, and these are the kind of conversations that I actually like. These are the hyper philosophical things. It takes a bit of time. Just my
Shege.
yes.
I have to agree somehow more or less na AK for Saba, kwa sababu at the end of the day hii situation yote tunajua tuko hapa juu ya nini, ni hawa wazungu hawa wa Amerika ndio uliona venye Ruto hata before history ianze ya revolution amekaa kwa kiti ya huyo Biden anacheka kaa katoto kadogo kamepewa toy for the first time. So at the end of the day it's about
it was just a comment. I can give you an
I know it was just a comment.
Please.
Najua Shege, it's just a comment, but let's also be real. Like,
yeah, it's okay. We can discuss Ruto sitting on Biden's seat and everything, but I really am not liking the fact that
so let's not put another person comment chini na mwingine juu. Let's respect everybody's opinion. That's just what my opinion.
Shege and Wazalendo, Ruto never sat on Biden's seat, so let's please don't propagate that propaganda.
He never sat.
So can we? No, okay.
Like
I was at the White House. Please, Listen to me.
Nini,
I was at the
He
White
never
House.
sat on the seat.
He never. Please stop that. That's the nonsense I've seen online.
Everything that was
And
online was a lie.
oh my gosh, I was at the White House when Ruto was there. Okay, so this I get very frustrated when we're having a serious conversation and propaganda comes in. It completely messes our conversation. Can we have Jerry, KD, who have not contributed, talk about Nanenane and aftermath? Because now we are bringing in some nonsensical conversation. Ruto is nothing to do with the White House. He never sat on. How?
Wow.
We were there. I can. Do you want me really send personal pictures? I don't know. I don't want to go into that direction. But please, I do not want this thing to degenerate into a thing that I never wanted to go. But I'm hearing a lot of
exactly,
things,
exactly,
and I'm gonna
and
respond. I'm gonna respond to.
everybody should just get their time
So this
and
is getting
respect.
frustrating, Shege, for sure. It's getting frustrating because I'm not having people who are sharing information that is completely not complemented by anybody. I was there, Dr. Otiso was there, Cherono was there. We were all there at the White House. We were invited. We stood outside. He never sat on anybody's seat. So I've seen it online, and I'm like, what the heck? How did this even come about? So was Zalendo?
Then
I
what a
cannot even.
coincidence that he's now against us as his people and he's rolling with the American government. What a
Nobody's
coincidence.
against you. What we are against ourselves right now.
It's
Let's
not
talk
against
about after.
me. It's against Kenya. Hello, we're here for Kenya.
Nobody's against
JM,
Kenya.
this is not going to change.
Nanenane did
JM,
not go. Nanenane
I know you can.
was Zalendo.
JM,
Was Zalendo.
JM, see you guys.
JM,
were
I think
there.
you can rise above this. Wazalendo, let us just allow Sigret to finish, and then you'll get your chance, and when the time comes, please.
Ngoja kidogo Shege. Venye tu Wazalendo amesema, you guys you are there. As venye you are there, unasema Wazalendo, maybe unaona opinions za Wazalendo inaweza kuwa ni propaganda. The audience wenye mnanisikiza saa hii, nilisema hii kitu kwa the first talk nimepata hapa. Our weakest link ni hawa educated middle class, ama hawa watu wanasema wako educated.
Okay, AK47 and Wazalendo, you guys have forced me to do something I hate
Mute,
doing.
manzi.
I hardly mute people. Okay, I'm not in the habit of doing that. No, skiza AK47, please. I don't do it. I normally like calling people to order, and they just follow the order. AK47, you've spoken. Let us allow Sigret to talk, and if you want, you will get another chance. Sigret, tafadhali maliza.
Thank you, Chege. I clearly don't understand why, because I somehow felt it was disrespectful because I am talking and there's a co-host who should call people to order and people are just talking here and there. These are the kind of things that we
I apologize.
Oh, yeah, it was so disrespectful, by the way. Them who are interfering with my
If someone is
space, and I
interjecting,
don't. Yeah.
if someone is interjecting,
Anyway,
I allow kidogo, but they should respect. And this has gone way too far. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for your direction. Please, guys, let's be orderly. Anyway, I was saying before I was interjected by AK for Saba, of which it's not like I disagree with him. I think whatever he was saying was not even, it's not like that deep, because we all know we are in a capitalism. We all know from all angles, whether it is academia, whether it is what, we have the world order, and we understand that, and it's not even deep. That is, well, for me, I understand, and that's why I was just bringing it locally and saying, without going so much into what the other people are doing, what can we do as Kenyans? And that's where I brought the issue of let's go and do civic education kama itawezekana, so that our people can understand where we converge as a people, you know. I also say that I really do appreciate what the spoken artists are doing and other Kenyan artists are doing to reach out to the people, to the common man. I've seen a lot of Bunge la Mwananchi, people talking to each other, and that's a good thing to do. And so now, because we had, in fact, divided ourselves, I wasn't really so on when people were talking about the strategies, but I know that people are already talking, where can you contribute as an individual? I hope that is now going forward, we might have to employ our strengths. Najua, everybody has a strength. Kila mtu akona strength. If you cannot speak, you can write. If you cannot write, you can mobilize, you can do something, you know. So it is something that we are called upon now to take this issue to heart. To fanya, but then even in books, myself, I told you about blogging about the issues that have been going on in our country, and even sharing it with people that I have here at the currently I'm at the University of Edinburgh. I've shared a lot of things. By the way, I went to London for demonstrations, and even going there through those airports, I carried my flag, and I was telling people, you know, this is what Ruto. I was making sure that I expose this man Ruto to everybody who cares to hear me out. And this is what, like, we should do. We should take this thing to heart, you know. We should do everything that we can to just improve things back in our country. That is what I was saying. And also something that I wanted to reiterate, because I had already mentioned it, it is going to be a long run, because the person that we are dealing with, and now these two people that we are dealing with, Raila and Ruto, these are psychos. These are lethal politicians, you know. And so normal ways, legal ways and normal ways and moderate ways might not work. That one is something that we should also know, that we are dealing with people who are very rogue for the first time in our country. Well, not for the first time, but we are living in one of the scariest times of our country. The last time I saw somebody dressed like the Kenyan police that I saw today was when Dusit attack happened in Westlands. That's when I saw Al-Shabaab dressed with, you know, they're covering their faces. And now it is now that during these demonstrations, that I've again seen our Kenyan police dressed like having Al-Shabaab images, things that we only see with terrorists, you know. So we are living in very scary times. We're also living in times when it is back now, the Moi age, where we were being told wall serve years. Right now, you cannot just be free. You cannot speak your mind, because you don't know where Ruto's people are, where Raila's people are, you know, and when they can abduct you. So when giving out and rolling out the strategies that we have, we should also know that we are dealing with very rogue people, and normal strategies might not work. We can, for example, say that we want our people to go and take votes, you know, ID cards and register as voters. But remember that this is a man who has captured opposition, he has captured parliament, he has captured judiciary, he has captured literally everywhere. And so there's likelihood that this man is going to capture IBC. So what happens in that case? You know, those are the things that when we are rolling our strategies, we must think about, okay, we have this first option where we are going to follow the normal rules. We are going to go legal ways, you know. We are going, for example, to have a conversation. But this is a rogue government and a rogue opposition, and they've come up they've come together to gang against us. Now, in such situations, what are our options B and C? And that's why in the previous space, I talked about us employing things like propaganda as a tool, because not because we are
Secret.
lawless.
What 1 minute? Wrap up.
Yes. Well, let me wrap up and say thank you for the space, and let me allow somebody else to continue. Thank you.
I finished that last point in the other spaces where you guys just take a minute to finish that point. I like the point.
Oh, okay. It's just that I don't like disorder, and if you tell me to stop, I'll stop. But let me finish. I talked
You have
about
a minute. You have
propaganda
a
as a
minute.
tool.
Don't panic. 1
All
minute.
right. Okay. Um, I talked about propaganda as a tool, and I say that because the person that we are dealing with is rogue. You know, it's not somebody. It is not the normal times that you are telling people, "Hey, do this." Imagine that man. He has not constituted IBC, not because something is lacking. No, it is deliberate. He's still looking at who can I put here, so that who can fix for me these elections. You know, who can we use with this man Raila Odinga? Who I don't know. I don't even want to call his name. He bores me to death. Huh? But those are the things that they're now crafting. It is very deliberate. And so these are the kind of people that we are dealing with. And how do we deal with psychos and narcissists who are like that? Those are when we are rolling our strategies. Those are the things that we are supposed to think about. Yes, we have the constitutional route, the legal ways that we want to follow. But what if they fail? Can we also go down to their level to play politics? Not necessarily getting into being politicians and all that, but can we employ things like, for example, propaganda? Can it work for us? Those are the things that I mentioned when I was given chance. Yeah, so that is what I was thinking about. Thank you again, Chege.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Secret. Once more, I apologize. I decided to drop Wazalendo and AK-47 just so that we can have a little bit of structure. You guys, if you want to come back, please request the mic. I'll bring you back up. Secret, asante sana. KD, Jerry, you've been waiting. Mic check. Are you guys there?
Yes, I'm
Yep.
here.
Fantastic, fantastic. KD, are you there? Mic check.
Yes, sir. I'm right
Fantastic.
here.
Okay, let's have KD. Let's have Jerry first, ladies first, then KD. Alafu tutakuja kwa Afande Salimika. Cigarette, you guys can drop, and David, if you're good, then I'll be bringing up the next set of speakers. Karibu Jerry.
Asante, thank you so much, Chege. Thank you so much, everyone. I want to stick to the topic of the day, that is Nanenane aftermath. I'm in the US, but I was following, and I'm trying to support the much I can do. So I followed some other spaces earlier, and kind of people were frustrated, but I want to say that I believe that there was a lot of success. The fact that this day brought everything to a standstill in Nairobi. Though the police played a major role to do that, it is a good thing that they were terrified to a point of also participating in bringing things to a standstill. Now, probably people didn't turn out as we may have hoped they would have done. And that is why maybe we should ask ourselves questions: what next? Yeah, like some of us have said here, personally, I would like to say that I know that Ruto is a warlord, and he'll go to any extent, do anything to benefit him. So, but that does not mean that we should be terrified or be afraid. Some of us have been here. I've voted in the 90s, and I have a good record of the struggle for multi-party democracy, all the way to the new constitution, and this far we've come. So it will take our resilience to get somewhere. Okay, I know we had high hopes today, but still I am not surprised that we did not get to a point of maybe Ruto resigning. And thinking about what I think about him, I do not think he's a kind of a person that may resign. But I think he can be pushed to the wall to a point that other government entities decide that, even the army, that this is too much. Okay. So I think we should not stop. So some of the things that people have said here, I want to approve of that. Now, about propaganda. Now, it's not just propaganda. Now, we have IT people here. Guys, it is high time you start highlighting the negative things that are happening in Kenya, and even do your best and bring down the economy. We are not benefiting anything. Our children are not going to school. We cannot access, those who are in Kenya cannot access medical health services. I mean, the roads are in bad condition. So good or bad economy is not to our advantage. So it is high time we bring it down. We take Kenya to factory reset. So tell investors they don't need to be in Kenya. Start flying flyers across the internet, and tell them not even to fly into Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Now, sometimes back I landed there and I was like terrified. It was in the night. The plane stopped somewhere in the dark and some bus came, and I was thinking you can even be kidnapped right inside the airport. So what I'm thinking, let us show the world what Kenya is. Now, I went home the other day and I used some bus stop hapa hizi magari za Nyahururu hapo, and I found they are stopped using M-Pesa, so they're asking you to withdraw money, ulipe cash. Now, let us tell Kenyans to stop using M-Pesa as much as they can, because M-Pesa, Safaricom is also financing Ruto. Now, if we can tell Kenyans to stop paying their loans, what is the worst that can happen if you don't pay your loans? You just appear in CRB. I mean, I've been in Kenya for many years. Nothing big happens when you don't pay, especially if you work in the government. Nothing big happens. Let us slow them down. If we can persuade Kenyans to stop renewing their licenses, if we can persuade the businessmen in Gikomba not to pay Sakaja for any licensing, if we can do that, if we can try as much as possible and limit the amount of money going to Zakayo, we will get somewhere. Now, the other thing that I have gathered today, I was impressed to see some politicians on the streets today. I think I saw Jimmy Wajingi, I saw Mother Karua, and I saw this young man called Kasamuel. What am I driving to? Now, sometimes, Alia, maybe we have been here saying we don't want politicians. We don't want these old politicians. Now, those of us who may be Christians and have read about Paul said that some people preached for many reasons. Others preached because of their pride. Others preached Jesus because they wanted to show off. But then he said, anyway, they all preached Jesus. Now, right now, we don't have to start thinking that kuna mtu mwana anatafuta cloud ati hatumtaki kwa hii group. We don't have time for that. We don't have time for saying that this guy is trying to popularize himself so that he can vie for presidency. We don't have time for that. Now, if the guy can dare the devil and go to the streets, if the guy can dare the devil and finance protests, we need those people. We need those people that can call Kamkunji meetings. We need those people that can go to Uhuru Park and now mobilize people and call them in Uhuru Park. We need everybody. Now, I want to appreciate the Gen Z. I love these young people because they began this movement. But now time has come. We're going to work together. So bloggers, we have bloggers who can be part of us. Bring them on board. So next time we're having space meetings, if you want the space to have, there's a time I came to the space meeting and I found about 90,000 people listening. And I think the numbers began going down. Now, let us bring back these people. Let us call the Karuas. Today I saw another presidential candidate who was there. I like to listen to Njiru, the lawyer. I like to listen Njiru, I think Ndegwa Njiru or Njiru Ndegwa, something like that. Now, call the Wanjigis, call the Kasamuel. We hatuna time ya kuanza kuambiana ati huyu mtu anateta ndio asimame president. When that time comes, we shall decide whom we shall vote for. Okay? Anybody who can dare the devil and join us on the streets, let us bring them on board, call them to these meetings, okay? Now, let us even have them now. If they can plan Kamukunji meetings on the streets, let us back them. We got to use all fronts. We got to make sure that we discredit this government down to the village, pale kwa nyanya yangu. We discredit it kabisa kabisa mpaka in the next 6 months Ruto anatamani kuenda tu. We must make sure the economy is so unstable, that there will be no paycheck for the police and the army. Finally, I have been saying this. I know Ruto dogs are here, and I hope they're listening carefully, and they got to listen this. Now, William Samoei Ruto had been indicted for crimes against humanity. He's a warlord. Hajaacha hii tabia zake, anafikiria yeye akona more balls than other men. Now, let him listen carefully. Let Kindiki listen carefully. Let Bungei listen very carefully. And former AG Kome, wasituletea kutuambia they don't know who killed who. When all this drama is over, some of us will go to the end of the world to make sure that these people appear in a court of law for the murder and the killing of our children in Kenya. Sasa wa Kenya naomba musishtuke. This will come to the end. So we're gonna fight. We need to fight at all fronts. And those who felt discouraged today, as I conclude, no, this is not a battle. This is a war, and we must win this war. Asanteni sana. I want to stop there.
Wow, thank you so much Jerry. KD, karibu kwenye mic. Mambo?
Poa sana. Jerry, I'm changing my password right now. Because it seems you bootlegged. Thanks everyone who's here. It's really inspiring. I want to give you a very funny stats that you guys will be surprised. The best time to be on this space is between 3 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the morning. The worst time to be on this space is between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock. You think about it. And the best advice I can give anyone, don't just listen to this space when it is live. Sometimes go and listen to these spaces. You will learn so many things. That's how I've come to learn on how to tackle so many things that I end up sharing with everyone, whether they make sense or not.
So what time is it right now? I need to be sure what time I need to be listening to this. What time is it right now?
This is the best time to listen to this show. If you have been following the guys who have spoken back to back to back, it's kind of like say just started picking
white
up.
people. Okay, I got confused. I'm like, what's the correlation between time and wisdom? Like, why you up?
Let me finish, please. If you cut me, I'll lose everything I have to say. Then you can ask me once I'm done. Okay? Thank you. So my points are very much in line with what Jerry has said. And one brotherly advice I can give everyone, please, before you get the mic and talk, remember there's someone who is more informed than you are. There's someone who's more learned than you are. There's someone who can teach you something that you may think you know that you do not know. So the way I usually approach everything is sometimes when you guys talk, I just do some fact checking. And there are so many people who even talk behind the tents, and they actually shed so much light. But the worst disease we have in the country right now, I think it's in the whole world, is relativism. I am more right than you are. I know truth more than you do. My point is more valid than yours. No, you are wrong. I am right. That is the main reason why we are actually having this type of fight. We ujui mimi najua. We yako ni wrong, mi niko right. And guess what? We cannot go anywhere. The only way we'll get to win this fight is by uniting, coming together, whether you are of my same religion, same tribe, same age group, same. I've been on this space since 9 o'clock. Since 9 o'clock. There's a lady who came and talked about someone that I think has just fizzled when she left. She talked about classism. And guess what? If you listen to the news today, the businessmen in Nairobi came and they said, hii maandamano inatuchokesha. Waende, we want to do our job. Guess what? It basically means everyone for themselves. Kila mtu ajishughulikia maisha yake. And you cannot live in a country like that when you have people who actually classifying themselves in the name of, well, as long as I can open the doors of my business and I'm running okay. Safaricom says, well, as long as they buy their airtime, mini kopoa. Wase wa matatu waseme, well, so long as watalipa bus fare, wase wa boda boda and all that etc to kopoa. Chege comes and says, well, as long as I open my space and guys join in, I'm okay. We won't move forward. You have to put aside your pride and think of it from the perspective of this is a cancer that is affecting the entire system. Right now, I cannot come and say my name is KD and JM or Chege is not part of me. We are we are the Kenya. We are the people who are getting affected. You know, it's very shocking and surprising in a good way when Jerry can come talk about things I was just about to say. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Great minds think alike. So don't come with the mindset of hapana, mimi ninajua, wewe point yako ni wrong. I think it's good to have the humility of saying, I'd rather asking, what do you guys think? Ninafikiria hivi, je, mnaonaje? You know, but the one thing we have amongst us, is division. Kila msia kona mindset ya mimi ninajua kukuliko. For today, only leo nitaongea na uchungu because I think today was one of those days we were to sit down and think of it from the perspective of, okay, ilikuwa Nanenane, we've done ABC, and even after the Nanenane guys come, manze tumeanguka jo, manze tulihata, we missed it. Kuna wasa wamefungiwa cell. Hii space ikifunguliwa, KOT was talking about wase wako cell hawajakula. Someone was clubbed in the head, wanna bleed. Wase wa media guys are actually like say bombarding media. Media is being gagged by this president. You know, these cops, they have to know one thing. Before Ruto became president, we had a policing system. And even after Ruto leaves, we'll have a same policing system. So they can do whatever they're doing right now, but guess what? The system will always be there. The problem we have in the country is there's a system that is getting into our system that is not giving us what is expected, which is everybody is just misusing the Kenyan constitution. Point number 2. I'm going to be so precise today because I don't want to get so much ranty and all that. These spaces have been a very good idea, but I think it's about time we just evolve. Why do I say this? The 25th Maandamano was very successful because it was a very good attack. Ilikuwa ni kama terrorism attack, let me use, nobody expected. And then eventually, we have spoken even about IT and doing ABC, and guess what? Someone is just listening somewhere. And guess who's going to do the dirty work? It's still us, the people who will get employed by this government to go and counter. So we're giving them information. For us to say we're planning on Nanenane and it not to be successful, they barricade all the roads. They had everything we said. We claim to say we are more learned. What do we need to do? Come up with a way we can be able to communicate without getting to know what we are planning, so that you can be able to have your confidentiality. Otherwise, this is all but burning middle night oil, and it's not going to give us anything. Sahi tumekaa hapa, si tujui wanapanga nini. Already tushasema, tutaandamana siku. They already have a plan B. You know, today's whatever was very good, but I think they played good chess on us. So I think even Chege, as you plan on getting all the influencers and everything, my suggestion, I don't think it's a good idea doing it on this space. Or get a point whereby you can be able to realize when someone is supposed to give a very diplomatic point, even mute, inbox mwambie, wacha tuongee kando because we need to hold back this. Those are what you call your arsenals. Otherwise, you'll come up with a very good, magnificent plan and then it gets exposed, then neutralized. Everything just goes shambles in Asia Evo. It will not help us at all. You know, our aim is not to attack and fight the government. Our aim is for a better country. And if we can get that in mind, we'll always have points that we can even have them printed as a blueprint for the generations ahead of time. How did we start? This was our point A, this is how we got to this, and this is how we're going to get to point XYZ. Gen Zs, we are not doing this war for us to get the results today. We may not be able to see the merits. Itachukua muda. So let's have the patience, because hata ndio wase wakuja waseme today was a failure is because everyone tulikuwa na matumaini ya leo lazima tutafika wapi, tutafika State House. It didn't work out. We all get frustrated instead of thinking what is the plan B. All right. So my plea for all the groups and all your planning I think it's good if someone's mic is on, please. It's good if the big wigs just even form a kikao on the side. You guys plan on everything. Let's have a good decorum whereby guys can actually come and sit down and think of these are the pointers. How do we tackle A, B, C, and D? And even me, a small wig, when I come into the group, I need not to ask for the microphone for me to listen. Let me just accept and believe the fact that when someone said 3 weeks ago that we need to have a leader, they did not mean having a head. They meant having someone to give us a direction, which is exactly what we are talking about right now. So we are all headed the same direction, but some of us are taking the long route. The Israelites fought for 40 years. Jericho walizunguka mara saba. You know, Mau Mau 7 years. It will not be gained, but we need to have the focus of knowing this is what we need to achieve. We all need to know our goal. So if we have this mindset of no, I know I'm right, I'm going to do what I feel, think about it. This is one space. How many other spaces are open? And we're thinking of, oh, let's do one group, whatever together. This other group, guys are doing their own thing. Another group, someone is talking of no to the Maandamano occasion. We will not be on the same whatever. You're attacking artists. They had a very good space on Wednesday. And I think on Monday or Tuesday. A very productive, and I was like, wow. Guys even spoke on why they are not able to be out there and what they are planning. But because we are always on X doing A, B, C, and D, we don't know what the lawyers are doing. We don't know what the opposition whatever. As in, there are guys who are just working under the scenes. The doctors, the teachers, wase wa boda boda, wase wa matatu. Guys are tired. Like, it's not just we who are on X spaces all the time. Guys in the diaspora, everyone is thinking of how do we get this big elephant in the room skinned and out of our way. So me, I'm just calling for inclusiveness, because the moment I get in this group and start saying mimi najua kile nasema wewe ujui, I'm not for your benefit. I'm not trying to help you at all. You know, and I think it's good if we just think of it from the perspective of the host is back by having a bad connection, give it a few, maybe blah blah blah, whatever. It's good to think of it from the perspective of even that person mwenye ako huko chini kwa hii space mwenye haongei, anaweza ni inbox anipatia a very good idea on this is what I think ABC and D, and you can bring them up. But if you think you're the best in
KOT utatuangusha tena mara ya tatu. This is gonna be really bad. It looks like the connection is getting bad. Shege, please, can you check with the KOT? It's really
Yeah.
getting bad. You did? Did you check with him? We can't be
Yeah, I'm
dropped 3
checking with him.
times. Okay, perfect.
all right, sorry about that.
No,
So
it's okay. I just need time to, because when we get the
yeah,
alert
it's
about that one.
just, I got you. My humble appeal is, let's swallow our pride. Let's stop looking at each other like I know more than you do, because that is the number one reason why we are fighting this thing. Our politicians think they know more than we do, to a point that even when you say no, this is wrong, they think you're crazy. They don't see the sense in what you're saying. When you talk about tribalism, it's exactly the same thing. One tribe says, I think my tribe is better than yours. It's the same thing you're facing. So the moment you stop having this egoism and think of it from, a doctor can help a matatu driver. The matatu driver doesn't carry goats and sheep. It carries children and teachers and mechanics and farmers. And farmers get to know that it's a matatu driver who eats their food, and doctors. It's the eco-existence that actually makes Kenya what it is. You know, if you guys were not here, this space is useless. So even the co-host or the host of the space cannot actually come and say, I'm hosting a space. We need to have the togetherness and be there for each other. You know, don't have this mindset, yeah, mi najua kukuliko. Now, my humble appeal,
Yeah, and again,
please, if you cut
good.
me short, you confuse me. Let me just finish, then you lift up your
Okay,
hand, please.
please
It's
land,
good to
because
have,
it's been like more than
give me
11 minutes,
yes, let
honestly.
me just, it's
So
because you're interrupting.
no,
It's because you're
I've
interrupting.
interrupted once
Can
when I
I
was
can I
asking.
just finish? Can I
11
just
minutes
finish? Can I just
is quite
finish, please?
substantial.
Okay, you want me to land right now?
If you can, that would be nice. So are you done? KD, are you done? He probably landed. Okay, he probably landed. Okay, so Shege, are you still in the house? What happened to Shege and KOT?
No,
Are you guys?
Chege, I think he dropped, and I'm trying
Yeah,
to
I know
connect him back.
there was an issue with his network, and I did notify. So get me on the co-host, because I think there's been network issues back and forth.
Who wants the co-host? Who wants the co-host?
That's Jim. I'm here. But I wanted our friend to really finish the submission.
Okay, fine. I'll send you the co-host with Chege.
Because
So
yeah, you can. Yeah, I think Shaggy is probably gonna come back, but I wanted to a friend to do like note. I mean, after 11 minutes, I think sometimes it's good to intervene to get some landing. And I mean, he's made very significant points that I've written down, which for some reason Shega assigned me to write down the points today, and I don't know if I would be paid for that. But Sanche, Daniel is here, Courage, and so if Sanche can go, then Daniel, and then we can go in that order. That will probably give us some order in the way you're doing that. But I would have wanted him to learn, but I think he left before I intervened. So Sanjay, if you can go, please.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Is Kelty sleeping? I don't know.
Oh, he's back. He's not sleeping. He's one of these mystery guys. He just shows up whenever he wants to show up.
No, he's tired. Probably he's probably tired.
Yeah, I know.
Just worked
I know
really
he's
hard.
been. I know
Yeah,
he's been on
yeah.
this. He's been on this forever. So yeah.
Yeah,
So please.
I see the regular people. Yeah, I see a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, I know I've been very down. Grace, where are you? I mean, gosh, it was a bad day. I am very, very, very depressed. Watu wengi sana walishikwa, and I saw those things actually happen. I was trying to be very, in every blogger to see what's happening. I was actually monitoring everything. And these guys hand us, we look like juveniles. We were cornered. Most of the journalists there, actually, you notice they and vests that actually assemble each other. Those guys were police officers.
Okay, Sanjay.
Yes, sir.
Poleni.
Kanasikia?
Nilikuwa ninajirefresh na KOT, I think amerefresh space. Poleni. I had to drop because the connection was very poor on my side.
Unasema kama ni data, unasema tunaongeza mzee.
Sijakuwa nikilala. Wacha nilale. Just in case of anything, piga simu direct nitasikia.
So yeah, can I go on?
Yeah, please go on.
Yeah. So we actually talked about these things. I mentioned a lot of things. We said we need a lot of allies who have been who have our mindset. Basically, we are Kenyans. At the end of the day, we are Kenyans. We need our allies. We said I mentioned that Mutukama Mother Karua. Mother Karua has been.
Sorry, Sanjay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sir.
I'm just looking. It's 5:34. JM, how much do we give? 5 minutes, 5 minutes each, so that we are just fair now.
No, let's carry to like 4 at least, at the most 4. Please, yeah, it's getting too much. If people are taking like 4 minutes is sufficient.
JM amepunguza by 1. Haya,
nimepunguza hiyo dakika moja kwa sababu we need to cut down. Watu ni wengi, masaa imeenda, watu hawajalala. Yeah, so 4 minutes is
okay. Let me
should be enough to.
JM, boss peke yake ndio analala. Watu waitishe mic.
Okay, I just want to summarize actually what I did. I've been listening. Of course, Najua, we were successful. First and foremost, the government knows we were working, and they were working even overtime. So we paralyzed a lot of things. We put them on their toes. So as long as mnaweza kutrigger mtu, you were working. They were worked. Now we know we were working. But kuna mtu amesema hapo tunarudisha we also need to remind the Karaus, Amaskari, before I was a police officer before actually Kibaki became president. Before Uhuru became president, and Ruto before Ruto became president. So kwenda kutumika na watu ni ujinga. You know that. But I have told you, these guys are. It just goes back to the tribalism, corruption. That disease mtu ameshikilia kitu kidogo, unatishwa, utapoteza kitu yako. I mean, that's kind of oppressiveness. Ruto amesoma the 48 laws of power inside out, anaitumia vizuri sana. Now sisi kusema we need mtu kama people who have been very 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 vocal, people who have been critical of the government, people I mean, Martha Karua was the first and the youngest magistrate in Kenya. She's the only person I know alidesign hiyo ministerial job yake wakati yake Kibaki. So kuwa na watu kama hawa si mbaya at all. Na kuwa na mtu kama Onyonka on our side, it's not a bad thing. And kuwa na mtu kama somebody who is actually really feels the pain, because we know our problem, we know what we want to change. So ni vizuri sana tumekubaliana, and I'm humbly requesting if guys, you have actually submitted incredible remarks, and I think this is exactly what we did. This direction we need to move now towards.
My brother, leo nimewekwa kwa kuandika notes, because hatutoki hapa bila notes. So exactly. You have said 2 points. No. You have put 2 points that I need to get clarification so that I know what I'm writing. So you've said, number one, you've said that and let me check. So we need allies who are subscribed to our movement, and of course you have pointed at names. So you feel strongly that both as GNC and millennials and all that, we need allies, even if they are like people who have been in the struggle.
Sir. Oh, my friend.
Okay.
You know.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear because I want to communicate the right thing. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Remember, this is the revolution. Museveni did not fight and did not become what he became. Why he was fighting from inside? He was actually even from outside. He had even Tanzanian allies. He went to Tanzania. So what's the Kagame? All those guys. I mean, and you have to. So we know we are not playing games since we know what we want. Unfortunately, there are people who play politics, and we are not playing politics. But this is the game anyway. That's the game, and that's what they play. Politics become a football, and the footballers, unaweza kuona Messi akiwa ana play against Cristiano Ronaldo, but because they love football to begin with, they love football. They are footballers. But when the price is right, you'll see them in the same Manchester United, you know. But they may not like each other, but they may work for the team. So I told you again, we need to sasa kama sai, because now the opposition has, you know, been compromised. Atuna whistleblower, but there's those guys who are really the last men standing. Onyonka, he is not from my tribe. Ni Mkisi. Okay. Now kuna msu amesema mambo about religion and the tribe. Tribe and religion has got nothing really. It's actually basically is where you came from. We don't subscribe to that. I only know how to read the Bible because I was Catholic. I don't even go to church now because I have learned the Bible differently. I'm spiritual. I'm not a religious person. I can teach you about that thing later, but I understand that. I am a Mumero.
Okay, so no, I agree with you. And then in the aftermath, so that you land, so that we can have others. So you're saying we need, and I've written that down because I didn't need to share with Shege and you know, KOT and all that.
Yes.
So the other point you're making is that no. The other point you're making is that we need to build a movement that aligns with our philosophy. Is that
exactly?
Because
yes,
that's what I'm hearing.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
Just take 30 seconds to really make that so that I'm able to know what you're talking about.
Yes, I said there are people who have been very, very consistent. They are politicians, unfortunately, but they are actually we know. Gen Z, we said we are tribalists. We want to clean the system. We know the system is bad. We know it has a virus, but we need we cannot really penetrate this system because Ruto has already beaten us to the game already. He took the opposition already. The people who even we thought were on our side, even the Baba himself. So now we used to hear the Goldenberg scandal, the Euroboard. That was Baba. But now we won't hear that no more. But of course they are going to fight. But now we really need to come up with our own. We are not really exactly saying we are voting for no AYZ, but we need that allies or people who really we know that Akino Okia Motata. We need their expertise. He's been a very Okia Matata. Is a true Kenyan. We will need people like Akina Matiang. Matiang thinks like a Gen Z. Matter of fact, the Gen Zs are a product of Matiang. That's why even they like him. Matiang'i is from Kisii, lad. But I think that's the only guy who actually, I feel, he embodies true Kenyan. I mean, the nationalism. He is the only guy who actually ever made me proud. I have people from Mount Kenya. I'm from there. I was the only guy who was fighting all of them. I'm from there, born and raised there. Just even you can hear my accent, but that doesn't mean nothing, really. Ruto kuletea mtu ya kwenu unaambia, I know we have to get that disease of tuliletewa mtu ya kwetu. Sasa hiyo itatusaidia na nini, ndugu yangu? Sasa na madada zangu. So what I'm saying,
So what you're saying is that we have to fight for not necessarily for tribe, but for the right thing.
Yes,
I can tell you, Sanche, you have put in excellent points, and I put them down, and I would definitely share with the team here for that. And God bless you. This is really big conversation, and thank you for spending your time with us. If you allow me, I can bring data scientist. Do you have one last point to make?
Yeah, one sentence. Of course, and
please, 30 seconds, and I bring someone else because with interest of time, because I know it's so late for some guys. Yeah, depending on which country they're in.
We have seen this, I think, with Chege, with even the last time, a lot of people actually, Grace, a lot of people actually who are in the diaspora. We see we know we are the ones who are going to actually sponsor our candidate, or whether the movement. We don't have stolen money. We have our own, our own money, body and sweat, blood and sweat. We'll to sponsor our candidate, not the way out. We don't want adults. We don't want bribing. So what the diaspora is 110% behind this thing. So diaspora plus the Gen Z plus a lot of patriotic Kenyans, Gen X, millennial, and the Gen Zs. Anybody. Even if you are actually the baby boomer, as long as you have our mindset, you're in. That's what I'm saying anyway. And I thank you guys kindly, ladies and gentlemen. We did not lose today, but we are the last one. We said we need. I have number ya KOT. Niko na number ya Chege. Niko na number ya. I have a lot of people's numbers. We need to actually get those lazima tujiunge hivyo pia tukue because now we are telling the government, you know what we're talking about. That's why mimi nakujanga hapa, I even talk as if I'm talking to Ruto, and I don't really have a kind word for that idiot. I don't have it. So we really need to know that we are fighting an enemy that's now, they are invisible, but they know everything we are talking about here now. So that's why we really need to be we need the even general send a thief to catch a thief. Even general, let's bring him in, please, my dear brothers and sisters. Once we get it, whatever, we will know how to change the system. We know the biggest enemy right now is one, Mr. Ruto. Ruto is a very, 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 very difficult human being. It's the biggest problem in Kenya right now. So we already know that. Actually, every other Kenyan, I know we can go around them. But Ruto, this man must go. And
must go.
Sanchez, I cannot even tell you. This guy
thank you so
has
much.
He needs to be gone like yesterday. That nigga needs to be gone. Anyway, thank you so much.
No, big contribution, big passion. Really, like this is big for you to articulate this, give reasons. Tell us why must go, and appreciate your submission and contribution and being part of this movement. And I truly appreciate you. And I think I'll bring in data scientists, of course, to reflect on the Nanenane aftermath, and of course the concept of the Ruto must go. Where do we go from here, the scientists? If you can have your own reflection, please. Pay attention to the reflection on how you saw the Nanenane went. We have 2 minutes. We are trying to cut it down completely to like a very simple minutes so that we can have many people submit, because I know my host and my other co-host might fall asleep and then we will be dropped. So data scientists, can you share your thoughts, please?
Okay, thank you for the mic. I think for yesterday's event, think we did our best. That's what matters. And the message went home. And I think moving forward, yesterday I was at some place called City Star at the Nation Center. I didn't get to move around really well because of the suppression you see from for the guys and you know them, not the normal police and stuff. So like I think moving forward we need to get maybe okay, other than us using something like X, we need to get like something like suppressive attacks to the government. It doesn't have to be open like the Nanenane. So it's supposed to be like some concealed attacks using different communication sites like Discord. Yeah, so because we have to suppress the government. They don't have to see the attacks like closing
No,
major
you're
roads.
interested in something big. So just get me a little bit on that. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean on that? Like, you just introduced a very technical term there that I'm interested in. So you said we need to have something so that the government doesn't detect us. Is that what you're saying?
We have to suppress our attacks. We have to like give them something like the guerrilla warfare. You remember it, major city in the previous colonial times. So like we have to suppress. We have to do like attacks now. Other than the Nanenane, we need to have like consistent attacks that are not even known. Like this was a big revolution, but now we have to do like concealed communication on what we have to do using
Okay,
our
data scientists,
like
give us 3 points on how you want us to achieve that. And don't it's not like I'm not putting you on the spot for the sake of it. I'm interested on your proposition. So what can we do to put them on the spot? Because I want to bring someone else in, but I want to hear from you.
Okay, I think we need to think strategically. We need to fund the movement. By funding, I know you know what I mean. And then we have to use like private way of communicating the movement. The same way we use X, we have to maybe move to Discord or something of the sort. We have a space in Discord. It doesn't have to be on TikTok. Something that is encrypted. You know what I mean? So yeah, so it has to be more intellectual than and spiritual in nature.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for sharing. And I want you to start thinking through, because I keep writing this because you guys are giving amazing stories and reports, and I have your name as data scientist, and that's at Mose98. Is that the correct tag? Is that the correct tag?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then reach out. The point we are doing here is to make sure that we are moving from conversation to action. And that does not end the conversation, but we want to make sure that the big deals like you do that. So think through in terms of funding, and then you used one phrase called private communication. So I think if you can address that in your thought process when we get together, that would be good. Daniel, Gide, what do you have for us? Sorry, we kept you waiting. My apologies.
No problem. You can hear me?
Yep, perfect.
Yes. All right. So let me go straight to first. I think the understanding and the conclusion of our performance in the streets will be defined by what in our mind we call victory. So I think we should have a mindset of gratitude first. We did well. We did our best. We tried. That is important. When that happens, then people feel better. Because when you start saying, oh, we were screwed up, we did this, we did that, then the feeling of being a deficit starts working in our mind. So our mindset is that we are victorious and we have victory, and we have the final destination is to remove this Mr. Man, to get him out. So that is number one.
No. That's a strong point, and I'm taking notes of that. Anybody who knows me, I'm a big mess when it comes to this. So do you think we did well? Because I'm right, you say that we have to be in that context and mindset of
Yes.
gratitude
Yes.
that it says
It
that
did
we did well.
well. Yes.
So in your mindset, in your thought process, you feel we did well.
Yes, we did well. We did
Okay,
well.
that's what I need to know.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so please, I'm sorry about that. I just want to make sure that
No, no problem. I
yeah.
get it.
And then so next, so give me your
Okay.
next evaluation.
Yes. So that is number one. So number two, we should act on our vision and not our emotions. So let's avoid. So that's why you are saying, can somebody tell us the action, not forget about the stories? So you're actually saying, in essence, can we go to the vision? Leave your feelings aside, you know? So let's focus on the final journey. It's like a team starting to play soccer from the goal. Our intention is to score on the other side. So however way we play, sometimes we have to go back, sometimes we have to move forward, sometimes we need to bring in a player, sometimes, you know, the vision is to score. Sometimes it takes, you have to score the last minute of the game, sometimes you score the first minute. Some people expect you to score in the first half, sometimes it doesn't happen. That is the issue. And then number three, strategy.
Okay, so sorry. I want to make sure that we are through the second goal of, like, the first one is, I know what you're talking about, the setting up about gratitude
Yeah.
and being clear on that. Second one, you're talking about we have to have the act of a vision
Yes.
and not emotion.
Yeah.
Can I challenge you for a second on that?
Go ahead.
Where is the fear about emotion? Because I hear this a lot, by the way. Because I mean, I've been around for a minute.
Yeah.
My thought has always been, why are people afraid of emotions? And they always say that, oh, either use your technical knowledge, use your reasoning, and then they try to disparage people who are using their emotions. Why are people afraid of using emotions to make
Okay.
decisions?
I'll explain very quickly.
Quick
Why
one,
people avoid,
quick
yes,
one, because I know there's so many people waiting to answer,
yes,
to
yes,
respond. I'm sorry
yes,
about that.
no problem. People avoid emotions because what emotions do, they self-preserve. Emotions do what is called self-preservation. That is why you're likely to accept a lie because, or fear. If someone tells you someone is going to kill you, that is easier for you because you are going to prepare to preserve yourself, to self-preserve. People like it that way, and it is the nature of all animals, the nature of all humans, to self. You want to preserve yourself, and therefore emotions come in handy. That is why even if you want to succeed in business, you keep emotions aside. If you want to succeed in family, that's why you say don't listen to the neighbors. You keep those stories aside. If you want to do well in academics, you are told by your parents.
So emotions are more preservation as opposed to, like, actualization
Yes, emotions
of
are
the
more.
reality. So no reality. Okay,
All
perfect. All right. So let me see where we go. I know there's so many people waiting. I apologize, Shege. I just needed to really get this out of the way because it's been lagging on for the second. So I promise I won't take you through this because I needed to hear from this gentleman on, like, exactly what's their philosophy in terms of emotions and reality. All right. So who do we have next online? Shege, if you can guide me through, that'll be helpful. Oh, my friend is asleep. I would just take it the way it appears on my call, and you guys don't accuse me of anything because I'm really looking at the way that appears on my call. So let's go data scientist, and then we go to Mohammed Musa, and then we go to Daniel and all that. So let's start with data scientist, please. And
Already had the
yeah,
mic. Already had the mic.
make quick submission. You already spoken, right?
Yeah, I had the mic.
Okay, so that's fine. Thank you. So let's go to Mohammed Musa, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chege. Yeah, I joined to also express the emotion of today and everything.
Thanks. Thank you.
And also, we should encourage ourselves as much as we all feel the pain. If you come down and try and analyze things, you realize we are very close. If you look at the case of Bangladesh, 24 hours before the Prime Minister resigned, the US government actually called the government of India and told them that, Sheikh Hasina has run out of time, please get ready. And then they also called the Major General of the military and advised him to talk to the president. He did. So he tried to persuade her, she refused, and then he started involving the family members, and that's how they managed to convince her. So we are just a few phone calls away. Honestly speaking, we are just few phone calls away from this. It's painful, it's hard. We lost so many Kenyans, so many people are hurting.
No. Are you talking about we are a few minutes away from the Western influence? Or what are you saying? I want to be clear on this because this is a recorded space and everybody's listening. A few minutes away from what?
Not Western. Actually, this is the Western guys. They use us for their own interest. What they do is they always conveniently switch sides to be seen to be close to Kenyans. But what I mean is a few phone call from our military head. The military will not be doing what the police are doing to kill Kenyans for Ruto. So if they say,
Okay.
Mr. President, this is not
No,
working
walk
anymore.
back. Walk back. I'll walk back. You said the US called the which government?
Bangladesh.
No, the
Indian
Bangladesh government.
Indian government.
No, Indian government. Then the Bangladesh is they're ending. Okay. So
Okay,
I want you to clarify on that.
It looks
You
like
clarify
it
that,
looks
and
like you
that's
don't
all I
understand.
need from you.
Let me explain to you again, okay? Let me
Okay,
explain
please.
again. So the Bangladeshi government is actually, especially the regime of Sheikh Hasina, had very close ties, close relationship with India historically, because Bangladesh broke away from Pakistan. That you know, right?
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
So the Americans, because what they always do when they realize this regime is losing, they always conveniently switch sides. So when it became apparent to them, very clear to them that this lady cannot hold power anymore, they started talking to the neighbors, actually preparing for what's next. So that was just a comment. What I was saying was the military part, the military of Bangladesh part. It was the military that actually spoke to the president, told her, "We will not kill people for you." And the public is approaching. They are coming to State House. We will not kill them for you. We cannot stop them.
JM.
Do you now understand my point?
But I want to land in like 30 seconds because I want us to really get into the context of like what the context of the Kenyan context, the way what happened.
The Kenyan context, as much as some people feel that because Raila Odinga joined the government and this might be actually become too much of a hill now to climb, it's not like that. If we sustain this for a few more days and we continue to make it difficult for the businesses to open, few more days, you never know. It could be Ruto feeling that heat, and then all the Western leaders pressurize and tell him, no, we cannot sustain this. You need to step down. That's all I was trying to make. Thank you very much.
And JM, please, if I may, JM, with
Good,
all
but
due
okay.
respect.
So give me a second.
JM,
let me know.
please,
Are you trying to make?
please.
No. Give me a second, my
No,
brother.
see, you
Just
can't
give
even
me a
let
second.
anybody speak.
I'll give you a chance. No. I've not said I'm not giving you a chance. What I'm asking, are you giving a chance? Are you giving a contribution in relation to the Kenyan aftermath of the Nanenane, what they did today, or what's the context?
Well, the context is both. We are trying to give, as Kenyans, majority of the people here, but you have taken the space to be your space. And you're trying to...
Oh, that's not my space.
Please.
This is not my space. I promise.
Okay, then respect people. Now, this gentleman, Mohammed, I've been listening to him for at least the last 2 months.
And so many of us.
Not on this space. You on this space you have only listened to him for maybe a minute and a half.
Yes,
So
but
not
I'm
on
Let
this
him
telling you,
finish.
space.
no,
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 let him
no.
finish, bro. Let him finish, bro. I also want to see to hear what he says. Let
No,
him
no,
finish.
Mohammed, listen. I know what's going on here. So go ahead, Shay. Go ahead, Shay.
Okay, well, with all due respect, I've been on this particular space, for the last 4 hours, actually I think 5 hours. And since they gave you the opportunity, let's be very candid. You have taken over and you have taken the space to be yours. But with all due respect, KOT, whether he's asleep or not, let other people please speak, and then you cannot counter intelligent men like this. Now, women, and every person that has been saying something, lazima, you counter it. And you even reminded us how you have been in America for over 20 years or to do 22 years. Nobody cares about that. We are trying, at least, with all due respect, we are trying to fix our country, and we're trying to hear from people that can fix our country. Earlier on, when Wajiro and I think Grace were there,
No,
that's
you
when
have
you
a chance
start.
to fix it. You have a chance to contribute. So please, we are going to
Exactly.
the same.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
now,
So go ahead and make a contribution, Shay.
okay, yeah, okay, then let other men and women of substance make their contributions without you countering them, without you acting like you
No,
missed
you're now doing the
an
same.
opportunity at Citizen
You're making
TV,
the same
and
mistake I
now you're
made.
given
No,
this
you're
opportunity.
making the same mistake I made. Can you contribute? Do you have a
Okay, yes, I
contribution
will
to make?
contribute. My
Oh, says go
contribution
ahead.
is this.
Go ahead. Go ahead and make your contribution.
My contribution is this. Right now, Ruto did what he did today. And you, as I'm in America also. But we cannot, we have to think beyond. We have to not play Ruto's game, a ruthless game. There's so many Americans like you that are claiming the whole space that can actually write to Kamala Harris and her team, because let me tell you something. They need Kenyan Americans, they need immigrants, and ask them, put them on the spot to ask, what's your position on the Kenyan, on this murderer killing our kids? See, now we can ask them and put them on the spot, and then turn around and play the devil's advocate and ask Trump, because they need us. They need Black America. That's why they are taunting Black America. That's why you
Okay,
see.
Jimmy, what's your position on Nanenane and the aftermath? Because that's a question today.
Well,
What's
that's
your
why we are
position on
going back to the
Give me a
drawing board.
second.
We are
No.
going back to the drawing board by
Do
saying
you know?
we
Do
are
you know
going to
why?
use all means possible by
Do you
trying
know why?
to get anything. We're not even. My position is the embassies are just, but those are clerks, to be honest. If you look back, when Akina Itubu, Imanyara, Akina Matiba, they had to go back. As much as we say we don't like America, they had to go back to America and ask them, yo, my man, they had to find a favor somewhere. In this whole world, Kenya is not alone. We have friends. And whether we're going to make friends by force, we have friends. Let's put friends against each other. Let's put Putin, and Putin, as soon as Putin sees that we're talking to America as individuals, then Putin will come.
I'll give you the time to go to Putin. Let me ask you the question.
Sure,
Did you
go ahead.
watch today's? No. Follow me, please. Follow me. I will give you the time. Don't be afraid. So the question,
My
tell us,
nephews, my little brother was on the street.
how did that go?
What do you mean? So you're asking a question for a question.
We should be asking answers. How are we going to do better for these kids that came out on the streets? They were hurt today. Maybe even some of them were killed. And then you are asking like a Citizen TV journalist. Come on, let's be real, my man. Let's talk about the solutions that we're going to give our sons, our daughters, our brothers, our sisters.
So what's the solution after
Don't ask me
today's
questions like, we are sitting there on JKL. No. You tell me, Shay, this is what I suggest. What are you suggesting different? Don't ask me, or what do you think? No. You are so far away from Kenya. You are in your bed probably on your laptop talking about how do you think it went. Me, I'm up right now stressing about my family, my Kenyan sons and daughters, my Kenyan family. Just so, come on, man. You're intelligent enough. Because I know you're intelligent.
we're not
Let's
going to do
not
the
get
minutes after that.
technical
After
about
that, if you,
the other
if
things.
you're not going,
No.
if you're not going to follow, if you're not going to follow the guideline, obviously we will have to meet you. But I'm trying to give you a chance.
Okay, how am
to
I not
answer very
following the
simple
guidelines?
Hang on a
man?
second, Shay. Sometimes you have to listen. It really is. It doesn't cost much to listen for a second. My question is, we had Nanenane meeting today. People went to the streets. In the aftermath, we are asking, what's your assessment and what you propose that we need to do differently, or maybe replicate from what we did today? That's it. Simple question.
And I just explained to you in your pajamas. I just told you what it is. I just told you what we need to do. We need to press for people to come through. So what do you not understand about that? You're in your pajamas.
I get it. So you want us to people come through? Okay.
No.
What else?
See, my man, you are too intelligent not to understand that, because you talk in a bunch of intelligent stuff. We are trying to simplify this thing. All we are saying, we don't even have to deal with embassies or anything. We have so many respectful individuals out there in the world. Germany, Britain, even Dr. Olo in South Sudan, bless his heart. People that are willing to come through and talk about how can we fix this. And I was in another space and we just talked about almost doing it like a jumuiya. We divide ourselves into pieces to attack this Ruto government. I work in systems. I do data science. We can do things on our side because we know we have people in this group right now, ni watu wa Ruto, na watamunda kumpalikia. So we cannot divulge information about what we want to do. But I know I have a vision that I can throw at all those young boys and women that are software engineers. We can do something. So this battle is just beginning.
Yep. So great. No, those are great ideas, and I embrace those, and I appreciate that. Let's have Samuel Samba to make a submission. So thanks, Shay, for that. Appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah. Then niko hapa na nasikia. So first of all, mimi ningependa kusema
Pastor Esmond, unaona mkono yangu?
Okay. Naweza endelea? Okay. First of all, mimi ningependa
Is that Mohammed?
Yes, it's me. Let him finish.
Yeah. So after Samuel, then you can come in, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. So ile first of all mimi ningependa kusema ni first of all Gen Z jana tulishinda and we showed a very big impact. Hata kama hatukuweza kuingia town, but tulishinda kwa sababu the fact that serikali ili take time kufunga hizo barabara zote, it means that they knew that wakitu allow tuingie town, this thing is gonna go, okay, and Zakayo watashuka. Alafu kitu kingine ningependa tu kukumbusha Wakenya ni msisahau kwamba dhahabu kabla ikue gold, ikue refined, lazima ipitie kwa moto. Now I think this is the time that tuko kwa moto. Familia yake na watu wake ame connect na Raila, they can just take care of themselves, not think about Kenyans. Hawajali mtu wa kuku chini, mama mboga, somebody that can earn $1 a day. They don't think about them. Honestly, hawafikirii mtu yoyote, and this thing that watu wanasema ati sijui Ruto anaenda na nini. Ruto is buying crowd, if you people doesn't know. Anakuja mahali ma MCA wa huko wanalipa wasee, wanaenda wanasimama hapo because they are being paid kukuja hapo, okay, and there's so many things that zina happen huku chini kwa ground. We need to find I know that they can hear me. Najua wanaweza wakanisikia vizuri sana, they are hearing what I'm saying because that's the truth. They know themselves, okay. We need to find the solution kwa ground.
Can you hear me? Samuel? Samuel, can you hear me?
I think we lost him.
Samuel Samba, can you hear me?
Nakusikia.
Okay, so moja kidogo. Just take a minute. Okay. I don't 15 seconds when I'm trying the guiding on this. So what we know the problem of what is going on with the route. In fact, everybody in this group knows. The question today is reflect on today's how the Nanenane went. Of course, that could be yesterday. And then what solution to propose? What can we do differently to make sure that we actually achieve the goals that we are looking for? Unanielewa? If we do this, I think we are going to I don't want to call hit the jackpot, because probably not, but at least really, I'm going to ask for concrete answers. So are you tell me how do we advertise? Are we doing billboard?
We should advertise the youth kwa sababu you remember the first time that we started this thing, watu walikuwa wamechukua like to teach people on their native language, kwa sababu kuna watu for example watu wakoko Isiolo, they don't know Kiswahili vizuri na English, so they need to teach them on their languages. Like tunafundisha watu, we talk to them on our maternal languages, kwa sababu I think Kenya has been all like that. Let us communicate with each other na language na language yenye kila mtu anaweza akaelewa, ndio hiyo message ifikie kila mtu anaweza akaelewa, ndio hiyo message ifikie kila mtu, so that we stop
how Ruto started. My guy, let me tell you, humble yourself. You have to always answer a question. Basically, it's like you're having a KTN moment. Please, my brother, with all due respect, let's first, if you have learned anything, let's do where you see akina Chege wanaulizaga alafu they joke alafu wanasonga. But wewe sasa unataka ku go into stories nika uko KTN. You're not in KTN, my guy. In fact, umetuambia uko America for 22 years. So tufanye watu
I don't know.
waongee.
I never said I never said I'm in America in 22 years.
Man.
Please, you made that up.
Please.
You made that up, but that's okay. But I get your point. I'm listening to you. I never said I'm in America for 20 years. I never said that, but that's go ahead.
I hope this is recorded because we will run this together. And then
Hello.
continue.
Guys, why are you wasting time? Others wants to talk.
I know we're wasting so much time for no reason because Shady wants to prove a point.
No. That is not true. No, that guy Shay is saying the right thing. I think the art of speaking and hosting people is an art that is so important in public speaking. You don't control what people say and how people should think and how people should speak. Just give just give an introduction, give a way forward, and then stop and let people talk, and then just remind them of the time, but don't go into how they should think and how they how will you get new ideas, my friend? You cannot get new ideas.
Denley, you have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
No, Jason, it was me. I was skipped two times actually.
Okay, let him speak and then I'll come and speak.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, Jason, you interrupted me like 3 times in my 2 minutes. So
My apologies. Go.
You
Yeah,
actually
take
missed
your
my
3
thought
minutes. My
process.
apologies for that.
Yeah, okay, all right, accepted. So first of all, Shay, I'm also AWS solution architect, so we should connect after this. And thank you for coming to my help. So you're right. I've been on this space for the last 2 months. I actually joined Twitter on July 25th during the parliament. I quit all social media several years ago, but I came back because I actually took part in protests in Kenya before. I was actually tear gassed. I was water cannoned. Even here in Canada, where I am, I took part in protests, but it was for a different reason. So this thing is something that actually runs in my DNA. And when I came into the show, to the space, I assumed that okay, this is actually a pro movement space, and that's why I went straight to the point that I wanted to say. It didn't occur to me that that I will be hit with so many missiles of that I had to justify my point. So I want to ask you, Jason, hand on heart, do you support this movement of us trying to change this presidency and this government? Please answer that question.
100% in
Amen.
support. I'm 100% in support.
Okay, thank you very much. Then if you do that, you are conducting this as a television interview. It's not an interview where someone asks a question, another person answers. We are all Kenyans. We are all trying to discuss something. When someone speaks, give them their 2 minutes. You don't have to validate their opinion. Please. That's what everyone is trying to tell you. You are trying to validate the opinion of everybody. You don't have to agree with me for my point to be valid. I have my own mind, I have my own heart, I have my own head. You don't have to validate what I want to say. And everybody here feels the same thing. Let people speak their mind. Don't validate. Don't try to come in. Thank you.
I apologize. But so then after 2 minutes, your submission happens. Can I intervene and ask a question, or then you just submit and that's the end of it?
No, you can ask a follow-up, but the way you are coming across, you are trying to validate the opinion of every person, which is not right. I mean, the Kenyans who are hurting right now. I know. I just came over phone of a lady who was locked up in a Java restaurant for 8 hours today. She's a mom. Her daughter was at home. So the
Trust
way
me,
some of you guys come and speak here
Mohammed,
and the way you talk is just a little disappointed.
clear my interest on this. So sorry about that. I'm very sorry about that. I
All right, sir.
apologize.
No problem. No problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
No problem.
So who's gonna go next? And just make your 2 minutes submission. And I apologize. I promise I'm not going to intervene because after that, I think Shege is going to take over to host after that.
No, I cannot take over. I'm
JM,
sorry.
why don't you let Mohammed Musa finish your and then
Mohammed,
we'll go to the next guy.
He just said he doesn't have any further submission.
For me
English.
personally, I don't have anything. Mohammed just said everything, and I cannot be a host. I'm a listener, and I want to learn. So, JM, you can continue, but learn from your mistakes, because for at least the last 5 hours, you've been doing it. But hakuna mtu anaga
I have not
makosa.
host. Okay. There's no defense here. So the answer, thank you.
That is what will they do in helping us doing that? And therefore, they also push the pressure to Mr. Ruto, and then we probably get a point to score a point that way. The other thing I wanted to say is that we must continuously look at our progress. So today we made progress. The progress we made, it may not be what we wanted at the end of the day, but we still made progress. Look at the Bangladesh scenario. Look at Sri Lanka scenario. When internet was turned off, how did they communicate? We need a coded language, my friends, so that even as we communicate and our strategies, we need a coded language. We can come up with our own Twitter language for people in different spaces. Then we can move from there. Otherwise, thank you very much. I'm getting educated as well. Thank you, Shay, and for all the information you're bringing forth. Thank you.
And so kama mimi naweza wachocha niwaambie maze mtaani kimeumana, jamani, mzee ni aje, mbona unakaa umeboeka? Na mshwara ni juu mtaani kimeumana, unaona. So this is the kind of civil education we Americans tunaweza tuma doo yote, it's not gonna, inasaidia lakini isaidii. But sasa ukianza kushikanisha hivyo, you put pieces together. It's not about ati wewe unasema JM ati me have been in the State House for 20 years. It's about putting pieces together. Unaona, sasa mimi nikianza kuchuta machadi yangu niwaambie maze ama Black Americans, niwaambie maze wewe mna CNN juzi, sio tu wako na CNN, lakini naambia mbona kauzuni hivyo, naambia juu nasikia imekatika sana. Home was madhangu huko wanateswa deadly, unaona. So you replicate that, whether you're in Germany, whether you're in Canada, whatever tribe malimuko, we replicate. Ndio waze au wenyewe sounds pia kushikanari, so we become, sasa tutakuwa gani, Ukraine, Israel na Kenya. We put nakwambia, there's no way Ruto will be able to handle ati akuwe hapo top 3. No, with his goons he will not. So we start doing this. We have to make sure the Kenyans that are Americans or whatever, once they kuweka pressure, these people akina Biden kuweka kwa hiyo kama hiyo whatever they had last week, National Black Association of Broadcasters, Kenyan broadcasters. And now that's what I was saying, we have to split into splinters to broadcasters wa Kenya wale wako damu na sisi, they go to here National Black Broadcasters, whatever, of America. One will say, ambia Harris, what's her position in the Kenyan riot and murder? Na tumwekea mpaka ma video.
Yeah,
We can
big story, big conversation. That's a very serious conversation that we must have, because then that's how we get leverage on how we can blend between what we are doing in Kenya and what we're doing in the US, and I appreciate that. And this is good, because this is good for networking, Shay. And this is going to help us to really help this movement to really move forward.
And that's why now, so we become aware how the people in Kenya can also see, we are not just sending them money, we are also working our systems over here.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, we are putting pressure not to end back to Donald Trump. Tumwambie Donald Trump, wewe upendo wa Kenya ma upendo wa Kenya. Unaona? We put that kind of pressure. Sasa ni campaign mpaka atandikia Ruto barua. Unaona? Aambie wachana na hao Jay-Z. Now, Ruto doesn't know who's going to be the president in November. Na pia Kamari Harris hayuko sure. So the State Department, nakumbuka Kamari Harris has the upper hand because yendi yuko na State Department. Na State Department, huyo mama yuko huko Kenya, before hata elections, she will be recalled back to America. Because America is about themselves. America wamejipenda. Ni manugu fulani wamejipenda. So it's all about, we use the same systems. Unaona Ruto alikuja ati America atakaye kuna Biden. Say Biden decision. Kamala is making the decisions right now. Tunaweza mweka kwa spot. Hana.
Yeah, we can do that if there's a framework, and again, Shay, for the sake of
tugawane
for
kama
the
jumuiya. We
the
meet up
for
as
the record
jumuiya.
for
Watu
the record
wagawane.
for the record, that so that doesn't look like we are all going into the conversation about who knows what and everything. I am a graduate of Bowling Green State University, pure mathematics at a master's degree. I have a master's
Well,
in
me, I don't
from
have a
Audubon
master's.
University in Westerville.
Me,
I have
I'm
a
just
doctorate degree. So
computer
listen to this.
science.
Listen to this, because now I'm a computer science student from University
Me, I'm not
of.
me si huyo jamaa
So
paleo,
we are not
huyo
going into this
jamaa nani.
conversation, because if you're talking about science, about who has what, who owns what, then we are not even advancing this conversation, because now we are getting into the situation who owns what, who earns
Yeah, but
what,
when
who has earned what.
unarudi hiyo story, mi nimesema,
Because
mi
that's what you are
nimepatia
going.
submission
We're trying to
yangu.
advance the
I gave my
conversation.
submission. But you're
You
telling
made
me
your
you're computer
conversation, but now
science.
we are going to.
Mimi nimesema mimi ni mtu
Okay.
mtaani, but I
Calm
love
down.
Yeah,
Kenya with
this
all my
okay.
heart.
So I'm
Calm
done. I'm done with this.
down.
Shege, you take over, because Shege, really
My
they
guy,
cannot even
wewe,
understand that.
exactly.
Okay,
You have to chomo your accolades and useme
that's
ati
what you've
vile.
just done. That's what
Shay,
you've done for the
Shay
last
and Jason, Shay
the
and
last
Jason,
10
please,
minutes. You've
please
done
don't
that,
mix
Shay,
between you two. Shay and
Guys, can I
Jason,
speak?
please
Hey,
don't
calm
mix
down.
Guys,
between
without
you two.
listening.
Calm down, please. Calm down,
Shay,
please.
you're not listening to. You are not
guys,
listening to anybody. I
guys,
don't
can
know
I
what's
speak, please?
happening.
Hey,
But
guys.
you keep telling us about this is who does what, who has done what. Please, we are talking about
Yeah,
Nanenane
that is
and
not.
aftermath, and how do we move forward? Can
Guys,
we
can I
stick
speak,
to
please?
that? Simple. It's very simple. How do we move forward? But telling us about your credentials, and you want us to pull our credentials,
Who
we
said
can
the
pull them.
credentials? When do Masema, you talked
No,
about
no, 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 no.
your
You
masters.
you've just started. Okay,
Guys,
He
can I speak,
guy,
please?
Shay, listen to this for a second. It's a skill, by the way, which people learn to listen. Let's take to one person at a time to make a submission about the non and the aftermath. So let's not go into like who has studied what. We have also studied in the US, and we have our credentials, and we teach in the schools. Okay, so let's please don't start lecturing us about that. I've listened, and I'm getting upset because you're not giving
You
us a
have not
chance
listened.
to
You are
advance.
you are the one who's been telling us for hours since
Shay, listen to this.
Shege and
Listen to this.
No,
We are
no,
moving forward.
the two of you are
No?
out of order.
Okay, shut up. We are moving forward. Okay? We are moving forward. Shut up.
And the host, you don't need to get angry. Why you
no,
you
no,
don't
no,
No,
Nindi Jew, and
it's
I'm guilty
no, no, no.
conscious. He's an
Shay,
asshole. He
Shay,
made you
it's
my guilty
fine.
conscious.
Jason,
Listen. We will give
can
you
you
a
make
chance
me the
to
host?
share whatever you think.
Jason,
Let's
Jason,
give other
can I
chance a
please
chance.
take
This
over?
other guys a chance.
Jason,
So at this point, let's have
all
Please,
right.
let
others have not spoken, please. Can we speak too?
Yes.
Daniel go
Can I
ahead.
okay.
Can I have Daniel and then Kiwaru, and then we move forward. Daniel Gide.
Yes, I will say something. I think Shay, you although you had a point, it's good to respect also, as much as you don't also agree with the same way they don't agree with you, you just also respect other people. So even when you use your language, just try to be respectful. So what I wanted to say is that the strategies Shay was talking about are good strategies, and he was laboring on that, but I think he also went overboard in the use of language, almost close to being abusive. But what I wanted to say, we could also use some of the methods that have been used in the past. We could involve in this struggle so that Mr. Ruto feels the heat. So, for example, we have high school students. We could just strategize in the days to come. We start the demonstrations from particular school. We could start from churches so that the churches get involved. If they know, for example, we are going to start, say, this is an example, city primary in Nairobi. If they know that, then most likely the parents will hold their children from going to school, and therefore they'll want to know what is going on. You see, now technically you've involved the parents. The same way businessmen feel like, oh, we cannot go to, the fear of looting and all that. So they technically become involved, and then now the conversation becomes wider. So I'm thinking this is something we can see how best, because it's something or when will it be most impactful? Because if a church does not hold their service, and the intention is not that they don't hold the service, remember they are part of this whole charade of putting Ruto in power, and because they became compromised, they can also become part of, on the receiving end. Schools, the people don't get the right education. These high schools become part of, on the receiving end. Schools, the people don't get the right education. These high school students, college, we can start from University of Nairobi, so that it starts right from college. That's where we are meeting, and that's where we are starting the demonstration. That way become part of, on the receiving end. Schools, the people don't get the right education. These high school students, college, we can start from University of Nairobi, so that it starts right from college. That's where we are meeting, and that's where we are starting the demonstration. That way becomes our center of like the core. I'm thinking this is a new strategy we can use. I stand to be corrected.
Can I give you bad news, Daniel?
Yes.
When we did that yesterday,
Yeah.
the government had already incorporated the UON student leadership, and then they came up with a meeting, some meeting that they were talking about. It has happened 3 times. Every time we're trying to have a meeting, the government comes in, they take the leadership, and then they hold a parallel meeting, which they are discussing things that have nothing to do with students. I wish you follow me.
No, I'm getting.
So then how do we counter that? Because
Yeah, I get what I was saying. That is just one way. We probably may not need to, that could be a starting point. That could be one. Next, you could start from Kikuyu, Kabete, or whatever, so that we decentralize the demonstrations in a way, so that we
unasema Kikuyu as if you went to unasema Kikuyu as if you went to Kikuyu wewe.
Ilikuwa KU. So
Okay. So
yeah.
so what happened, and I'm telling you this because there was another space. What happened, walileta pesa wakachoa students, and then they said they were being given between 200 and 400, and then they called it cabbage money. Okay, we had this conversation yesterday with student leaders. Wakasema sasa hao wanafunzi wameambiwa iti watakuwa na superficial meeting wakwe. So how do we counter that? I really want to get like a very practical way of like, how do we get away from that?
Bro, we can go to Parkland Girls. We don't have to go to a university, and they'll not pay the students, and because they cannot shoot the students, we start the demonstrations there.
Fair point.
Yep.
Next. Yeah, fair point, and very excellent point. I just wanted to challenge you.
No, I get it.
But by the way, when I do this, please, guys, don't feel like I'm against the idea. I'm just trying to get the concreteness of like how can we implement it. You know what I mean?
But
so I'm trying to get like how can we
when you
implement it. So
overdo it, some people misunderstand. So you have to be careful with how you do it, because
I know I've already been misunderstood. By the way, I've already been misunderstood. So
No, you're
so
not
can we
being
get
understood.
Sonche?
You were actually, people are understanding exactly who you are. But I mute my mic.
Yeah, so let's have Sonche and then Mohammed come in, and then we can do that, because I really wanna we had our co-host drop, and then he's gonna come back in a minute, because it's freaking midnight for me. I have to sleep, honestly.
But you guys are misdirecting the anger. This anger actually needed to be directed to one Mr. Ruto.
So really, you guys, we are not supposed to be here fighting one another, honest to God. So our hunger
I
was,
know that.
yes, so
I know. I want
so
to hear that. We should
so
never
our
be
hunger here,
fighting.
our
Jesus
hunger
Christ.
is supposed to be directed to one Mr. Ruto and the
No.
government. So we not really, I don't really, I mean, I don't, we can, so just don't fight. We have a common enemy. So we're fighting the enemy right now. Those things we forget about that. We are comrades. So we are running out of time. I said the government already. I mean, Ruto has beaten us in seducing as most people who actually would have been sympathetic to us. We from the beginning we have we have people not exactly sympathizers, but we have people who actually reason like us. We have people who are actually tired. I mean, Gen Z just I like the Gen Z. We have to give Gen Z their flowers. I've never felt so proud of being a Kenyan until recent days of Gen Zs. Uh, the Gen Zs, I like them because they have tolerance. They have real tolerance for nonsense and stupidity. These guys get sick of. I mean, they can read between the lines. Wanaona hii mambo ya tribal. Actually, ukiwauliza ni tribe gani, they don't even know. By the way, I have nieces, I have children. They don't even know what tribe they are. So na hiyo mambo sasa, wewe watu wao wase wenye wanajua kitu kidogo, these guys kwanza ukienda kuwaitisha hiyo kitu wanashindwa, what are you doing? I mean, what kind of animal is that? Why? Why do you even have to give them? Why do you have to give a police officer money? Why do you have to go and I mean, atupigie rais ama MP makofi kwa sababu ya kufanya kazi ama kuleta stima ama kujenga barabara? The only thing that guy needs is actually viboko from being too late. He needed to do that like fucking 10 years ago. Huyo MP akikuja kwenu asema tunajenga njia, Ruto alikuwa kwetu na nao watu wanampigia makofi kwa sababu ya kusema tumekuja hapa kuleta njia, atutubeletea. I mean, the only thing this guy needs ni viboko kwa kuchelewa. Wewe unapigianga nini matako yako makofi kienda nasema we don't need to call nobody an honorable minister, an honorable, I mean, I mean your excellency. We don't need those kind of stuff. Once you realize what democracy and the republic means, you understand we choose to work with one another. We don't obey nobody. In a democracy, you don't obey anybody. You actually choose to work, cooperate, collaborate. Unaweza kataa. So mimi hiyo hasira yangu iko pande hiyo. I'm not directing anybody. This is my anger to anybody here. It's to the serikali. So tulikuwa tunasema we need to work with those guys who have been very consistent in the fight against the graft, the corruption, the tribalism. I mean, nimesema watu wale mention, and nasema we needed to really have these allies as I mean kitambo sana. These guys na wako na mashabiki. Now this unajua Kenya, we have to give this civic education, and the civic education will go through. We really need. But then nikwambie, your tribe has, it's just an identity. Even Obama actually struggled with identity. Everybody, it's just your origin, where you came from. You cannot be ashamed of that. Sasa and the religion has nothing to do. It just actually helped you because you didn't choose your religion. Maybe your parents were Muslim or they were Catholic like mine. You had now no really you didn't have, but now you know better. I mean, I'm more religious than religious, more spiritual than religious. But that's where you came from. I don't practice my male culture, but I'm a Meru. I cannot be ashamed of being a Meru. But we have to go and organize now from grassroots too. We need to. That's where you actually go and you speak that language better than anybody else. You can actually now, especially now, Gen Z. No, you don't have a problem with educating the Gen. Yes, we do. We need to go there and explain to them in a very simple, in our mother tongue, why we are against this. Umeona sasa hawa watu wanasema the business community, they work with the government of the day because the government of the day in our Patianga Pek. He actually gives them money to tell them you protect them. I want to pay free, I mean, taxes, reliefs here and there, kickbacks here and there. I mean, they are protected. I mean, and they are actually the ones who fund the government anyway, the politicians. So they work together. But now if these guys know, now we are actually
working for them, because these guys, once you have something, you fear to lose it. But now you don't even know that the little you have, you could even have more, and it's actually even better for everybody else, so that you don't even feel threatened. Kama wewe peke yenu kwenu ndiwe ndio umesoma na wewe ndio uko na gari, by the way, you are not free, my friend. You could, there's people working in Kenya now. The politicians in Kenya have used this tribal and the money. We worship money. We worship money. And Mimi, there's nobody you can never buy me. You can't. I don't, you can't. I don't even have a value. Ruto cannot give me. I was there single-handedly telling people, unauza kula yako. Me, I've been fighting bad government forever. Now, I know most of you here, I've been in America for 25 years. I mean, that's a long time. I am not here because I love America so much. I'm American. I'm not missing Nusumu America. But I told you, we are economical refugees. But and we feel very, very strongly about our kuna marafiki zangu wengi sana, my classmates, my age mates, hata wengine, they don't even want to hear nothing about Kenya. They fucking shut down. I'm the one who informs them what's going on. What's going on? They don't even want to know. They shut down or some that country shito the way Trump are eater. But they don't want to hear nothing. But now I want you to know. Having highlights, like Atan General himself, he talks and he sounds like he's very arrogant. He's not. He just knows how a good governance works. Mpende, msipende. This one time, I would hear people say this guy is arrogant, he's jealous of Laila. He's saying Laila is a conman long time ago. Mimi si Mjaruo, and I could feel him. Kuna watu wanasikianga uoga kusema Laila ni mwongo. Fucking unaogopa nini?
Can you finish in a few minutes?
Yes, sir.
Finish in 30 seconds, please.
Yes, so okay, let me finish. So what I'm saying is, okay, I mean, we've been in these things. I've been so many spaces. We've been asiraye to pieces in move to come. This guy, I knew he was bad for us. This guy was an ICC. I'm a Kenyan. I go to every party. I go to every fucking mkutano. Kwani nini. So I knew there was something up, but I didn't know. You're telling me this is William Ruto. I asked him, who is William Ruto? That's 2007, 2008, around there. And I didn't know. But and you know what happened after that time. So there's a lot of people who have been fighting bad governance forever. It's only that now that the Gen Zs are sick. These are people who are they don't have tolerance to. They can't sugarcoat anything. Watakwambia tu hadharani. By the way, the girl from the Rift Valley, Taros, that girl, incredible. The other lady says the girl who said told the police officer to move her. So I mean, you can see this that kind of spirit. That's what we want. We don't want to sugarcoat. Now, was by the way, when people get too much educated, they start to become funny. I don't really like that too much stuff. By the way, I even doubt Ruto's PhD. I told you Ruto doesn't have a PhD because I know what it takes to get a PhD. Really, that guy doesn't have a PhD. I mean, how can you be an ICC criminal suspect? You're fighting for your life. You are running country as a deputy president and you're campaigning 24/7, and you tell me you can get a damn PhD. I mean, how? When? Ulisikia wapi? Lakini mnamuita daktari tu. Don't call that nigga a doctor. Call him Mr. Ruto. Call him. Tell him, I told you, I gave you permission. So, but now imagine now even our education is fucking a joke. It's a joke. People now who really have worked hard to get their PhDs, now where are they going? I mean, hii PhD yake mbona hatukusaidia wakati nini ilikuwa nakuja? Sasa hiyo PhD yake ya biology anapanga vipi sasa sababu njaa inakuja Kenya? You know, it's a phenomenon, by the way. After every Nino, there's poverty, famine coming. So is this guy preparing for that? Amba atakuwa nakuja hapa kuomba pesa tena. Garbage of human being. Anyway, sisi hatutaki kusugarcoat kitu. Na nimewaambia tunataka kuongea na watu kama akina Mbapo. I have always seen him. He's an learned. You send a thief to catch another thief. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. And these guys are, by the way, if you wait too long, they are going to be stolen. They will be taken away from us. And they could be a very good ally. Sasa wewe unataka kuwini game na utaki kuleta Messi unasema, okay? I told you, politics in football. People love to do this, that stupid thing. And what I chase are two, but when the price is right, utamwona akiwa kwa timu nyingine. But so are you happy about that? Are you fucking happy about that? That's what you want to do? Really? Anyway, so if you really want to fight for our country,
when we start and then we set the world forward, what are we going to do in the near future? We should not reveal to them our plans. The way we are tribeless, readerless, it's the same way we are going not to reveal our plans. Once you reveal your plans, you know the enemy will gather an information or will look for a system in which he can counteract you. See what has happened. He has brought the way the guy has brought opposition. You know, we had already the way the guy has brought opposition. You know, we had already cornered that guy. But he went for Raila. Now, because Raila came in, see people from Nyanza did never turn up to come to the streets. It's only a few people around Nairobi who just came to the street. But the movement today was successful. Why? Because they did not correct the taxes as usual. You see? So we have paralyzed the day's correction. Now we have to look for a way in which we can counteract these people. Ile kitu tunaweza fanya mzuri kabisa, chensis tujuane sisi wote na milenia na tuleta hao wengine. Angalia vile Bangladesh ilienda. Bangladesh waliweka vijana kule mbele, alafu hao watu wakubwa wakakuwa nyuma, wakapata hiyo movement, wakaenda mpaka wakatoa yule mjamaa. The same case applies to Kenya. Because if we don't come together, all of us, for sure, we cannot make anything. Every day, this guy is gaining strength, day in, day out. Angalia wale watu ambao walikuwa wanapiga kelele, jensisi wakimove, watu kama kina nini hao wenye wamepewa viti kwa government, ndio walikuwa wanapiga kelele zaidi kule nje. Vile wameletwa saa hii wamenyamaza. Mpaka Raila amekuwa na opportunist kuingia pale counteract what changes were asking for. Now angalia ni nani anagain? Raila amegain, ameingia kwa serikali. So kutoa hao wa jamaa, lazima tukae chini na tuangalie ni njia gani, ni mbinu gani tunaweza tumia. Unajua India this one day they were against the government. Ile kitu walifanya, walienda wakaleta uchafu, mafi ya choo nini na nini, wakamwaga kwa mabarabara. Kesho yake kila kitu town mzima, towns, cities silikuwa sinanuka. Si wali counteract hiyo serikali kabisa. So in Kenya moving forward, hizi vitu zenye wanatoa vitu kama pesa wanapatia changes, kama yesterday, you know what happened in Kabete? They walichukua hawa motorcycle riders, walienda wakawalipa pesa, wakawambia make sure kesho hakutakuwa na hiyo maandamano. Alafu leo mlikuwa mnaona vile hao motorcycles walikuwa wanafanya. Kama uwezi kusupport Ruto, hawatakubeba. You see what happened. So guys, we have to deal with these people on the villages. Those people, when they are coming over there to attend churches and whatever, we need to counteract them. We say we force them out of those grounds, ndio wasikuwe na nguvu. Otherwise wanatumia serikali, wanatumia polisi, wanatumia tear gas, wanatuabduct, wakiendelea kutuumiza. Na at the end of the day, or at the end of our movement, we'll end up being divided. Angalia Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya saa hii Gachagua ameweka watu wake kule, umesikia, wengine amewadivide akiwachukua pande hiyo nyingine. So divide and rule method ndio wanaendelea kutumia kwa chances. Wakileta hizo pesa, chukua hizo pesa, kura na jitokeze. Refill, endelea refill, tuwaweke kwa aibu hao watu wote, so that we can move. We need good government, free corruption, na system ikue overhauled. Yani lazima tubadilishe hiyo katiba. Katiba ikibadilishwa, hatutaki tukae na hiyo system, the whole system ambayo inafaiti mpaka wale watu wa nje. Tunataka ile system yenye inafaiti kwanza wa Kenya. Saa hii wameraise kila kitu, taxes ni juu, mafuta gasi ni juu, kila kitu iko juu. So alafu wanatumia watu fulani. They are using motorcycles to be against us and na wawaoni. Sasa watu wa Kenya tukiwa na akili mzuri for sure, mbona tutumike kama stepping stone ya kuachieve hao watu wengine? Saa hii Kenya mtu wa chini, yani una struggle kutafuta hata pesa ya kununua sabuni, na pale juu na taxes hizi zenye unalipa wale ndio wanageni pande ile ya juu. No, we have to say no to these corrupt guys. They are politicians. They are just using us. At the end of the day, angalia hizi sheria wameleta mpya. Yani unapanda mti kwako na uwezi kata bila permit. Yani uwezi jenga kwako bila nini? Haiwezekani for sure. Haiwezekani.
Please,
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Guys, let us move forward. Na tutafute mbinu ya counteract hawa watu. Wakikuja kwa villages, we say no to them. Tuwafukuse kabisa. Waende kule. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiwar. Who wants to speak next? And by the way, before the next person speaks, I'm requesting you all. My account is fairly new. Come on, you guys can help me just with a follow. Thank you so much. Sanjay, maybe let me check if there's someone else who wants to speak. Okay, since there's no one else, Sanjay, go ahead.
Yeah, so very quickly, I wanted to say
make it quick. Make it quick, please.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. What I was saying, what Kiwaru amesema. Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead. Sanjay, go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, so I was saying, hello, I was saying now, like the doctors, for example, doctors have been on strike for a long time. The teachers as well. A lot of now our doctors, our engineers, they get paid. I mean, they don't get paid nothing. The dentists, the professional society, the lawyers, they are the ones who are supposed actually to be making the equivalence of the politicians now, the MPs and senators and governors. So tukikata hiyo pesa ya politicians, this money needs to go to the right place, to our doctors who really need very much. So tukiwaweka those guys, we need to reach out to them. They are actually part and parcel of this struggle. It's only that everybody, by the way, students, they are fighting their own struggle. As Kenyans, I mean, the business people are fighting their own struggle. I mean, the Gen Zs are fighting their own struggles. They are not getting the opportunities they need of even being employed anywhere. So everybody, ukienda kwa Kenya, ako na shida yake. Now we needed to say we match those problems and make a bigger revolution, bigger group. So can we reach out? And by the way, everybody, we always want to make sure every time we are here, we follow each other and we make sure you make contact, please, so that we are going to have another platform, like WhatsApp group or something. Please follow one another. Please follow one another, and then we can also go there. That's how we will know the garbage and the people who are not for this movement. So please go follow one another, DM one another, at least make contact, make a friend here and there. There are too many people here, so that we can also now try to see how we can work outside now this whatever, whereby we are being monitored by everybody. We really have to be smart, and at the same time now we have to get organized really. And I'm really sending you guys brainstorm, keep actually giving your thoughts, your opinions. Your submission. Then Dania ameandika kitu leo. I think he has gone. Jim is gone. KOT is asleep. Ayo is not here. These guys are tired. And Jesse, as you are on hapa, I can see them. I know they are tired. And I know after me, I was.
They have gone to bed, I think. Yeah.
They were very tired today. You know that. Everybody is tired. But I think today was successful. Don't think in any way we were able to disrupt the government. You know how much people were. I mean, the government was overworking today. Matter of fact. So we want to tell them we are going to be we are demonstrating every single day. They need to know. We need to put them on overdrive. They need to know tukipata nafasi, we are every day. We don't need their fucking permit. We don't need anybody's permission, because they don't work.
because we are tired. That's what the
Asante.
spirit of Gen Z, the generation of Gen Z. I mean, the motto of Gen Z. They don't have patience for sugarcoating
Yep.
shit. That's what these guys are. They don't have ile mambo ulikuwa umefuta na mama yako, sijui unyamaze, sijui mgeni amekuja kwenu, aanze kukula nyama yenu. No, unamwambia no, that's our food. That's what you
Yeah,
need to say.
Sanjay. Yes, Sanjay.
Okay,
Thank you,
Sanjay,
brother. You
asante
already said,
sana.
yeah.
But
Shay, before you
Mohammed,
speak, can I go? Can I go before
Mohammed,
you?
just 1 second. Meta
Okay.
siongei. Nasema tu tumeshukuru Sanjay na Mohammed, you've been doing a very good job kumoderate. Unajua wewe ni mtulivu na tunashukuru na unacheki hapa merudi. So continue moderating, tuna moderate tu. Na cheki hata kuja up akusaidie. You guys continue doing what now you're doing now going forward, because now I'm sure Shekel will come up to be co-host, and Mohammed, sober mind and a fair man. I appreciate you, my brother.
Asante sana. Mohammed is very professional. I don't have that patience. I'm sorry. Mohammed,
Yeah.
please go ahead. Yeah. Asante.
The new cheza kidogo,
yeah.
but maybe this is a man that I respect. Hata mimi na respect Chege pia. Mmefanya kazi mingi sana. You've been on spaces, mmekaa. Chege mimi nimekuja kujua, hata sikujua ni nani. Nimekuja kujua hiyo juzi, about maybe 2 months ago. Na nimekuheshimu wewe na kina Kioti, nyinyi wote. Alafu napata mbuda naheshimu zaidi juu tunaheshimiana. I think nikaulizwa Mohamed, huyo hata tutasali naye mwadhani akituita atatuita pamoja, tukituo ile sala ya saa 12 tutatu pamoja, sio Mohamed?
Yes, bro. Yes, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Shay. Shege is back, but I think he cannot get the co-host thing back again. Can you, Chege? Are you able to do that? He's on mute, I think. Okay. We can't hear you guys speaking. Shege. Anyway, let's continue. Let's see if he joins us. One item that actually Sanjay mentioned, and few other people also mentioned, yeah, for tomorrow and the coming days, I think our messaging has to be that we have to be in the streets for the coming days. I think we have to get that messaging clear. We should be on the streets indefinitely going forward. And Jason also mentioned, I think it was also Shay, we really have a problem now with our planning, because the intelligence, the Ruto boys are all here. They're in the spaces all night long, all day long, listen to what we are saying. So, and they're adjusting their plans and their policies. Actually, before I came to this space, I was talking to one of the ladies whom I just know through X, Twitter. She was locked up in Java House today for over 7 hours, because when they threw the tear gas, it's actually poisonous tear gas. They went to hide in the restaurant, and then what the police did, anytime the Gen Z guys run into a building, they barricade that building. So she told me this is something that actually surprised Gen Z today completely, because they never planned for this. So whatever they're doing, when they will chase 100 people to a building, lock that building, make sure nobody comes out. So from 11 a.m. until 5 p.m. they were locked up in that building. So only when she actually went to Twitter and made this public was they released from that place. So we need to plan, come up with the ways so that we get our messaging, our planning offline, either in WhatsApp or in Telegram or some other unconventional ways. We have to move to spaces these guys cannot join, because it's really messing up our plan. We also can, yeah.
Yes, yeah. We need to. if there's anybody here now working on behalf of the government, we need to tell them, we need to put them on notice that we now, because there's no opposition, because Ruto is the same animal that lied to us that he can never work with opposition, but he's the same guy who actually working with them now.
But Sanjay,
Listen, my boss. Listen, boss. It's okay. Listen, we did not storm the parliament because we were kissing the asses, my friend. Yeah, we didn't go that way. We never went there because these guys, we never went there telling them tafadhali. And by the way, and this is our right. This is tunaomba. Sisi sio watoto tudanganya na watubebe vile wanataka just because they can. And by the way, we are the one who voted them. We can vote them out, and it's actually in Constitution. It's even when we want to work the kutumia hiyo sheria ya Kenya. By the way, it's the contract. It's just a fancy fucking name, Constitution. It's a contract between us and the government and the people we hire. They work for us. And the moment they betray that contract, they don't work for us no more. You need to get that. Now, this kind of behavior of going and playing into Ruto's game, by the way, they'll put with us where we belong. Even now, when you work in the when you even go and talk to the police officers actually, most of them know very little. They don't know nothing. They only, Ukimurisa, what are you doing here? They say, orders from above. He doesn't even fucking know why he's there. We are taking people, they're telling people, you don't need to be there. I mean, that's a crime now. It's a crime to be you. It's a crime to be Nairobi is always full of people. So we can't go this way. And we can't talk to them because I know they're here. We can't talk to them like that. The reason why they got us today is because we were talking like that.
Sanje, kwa heshima naweza kuuliza, kwa heshima kubwa sana naweza kuuliza, najua uko America, either uko Minnesota ama uko Iowa or something, naulizaje ndio hata watu waelewe. Muko na group kubwa sana huko, sio?
Tuko na, and we are saying this, we have more money than the stupid money Ruto has.
So what? Najua kuna personalities nini hapa na pale, but